day, and it's Thursday. So if you're a regular Tribe member, you know we're also going to check in with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss, coming up a little bit later on in the program. Always start the show the same way, our chance to say thanks to you with Tribe Roll Call. Who are you, where are you, and what are you doing for a buck out there today? Send that information to 2 different locations. First up, the RamosLaw.com text line. Number over there is 303-713-1043. Always ask that you put the name on the end of your text so we can give you that shout out on the show. Second location is our YouTube page. Get over there, DenverSports YouTube. Click that Dover and Cecil stream. Might as well click that subscribe button for us while you're over there. And then get in the chat room, comment, have a conversation with others. That's what we love to see over there on YouTube. So again, Tribe Roll Call. It's our chance to give you and your company a little shout out. Perhaps you own that bad boy. Who are you? Where are you? And what you doing for a buck out there today. All right, Cece, we're going to get into it. There's some action on the field in Indy today. But first up, it's what we watched last night.
Yeah.
And what went down between both the Nuggets and the Avalanche. We'll start with the little Nugs getting a win over the Celtics despite a couple struggles on offense, but played some damn fine defense. Probably the best defensive performance we've seen from these Denver Nuggets so far this season. Adelman went deep into the bench, had to a little bit because Jamal only played 8 minutes and had to leave with a sickness. But, man, an 11-0 run to end the third. It turns into a 15-0 run to start the fourth quarter. And then that was pretty much all she wrote for the Boston Celtics. The Nuggets won a game because of their defense.
Yes.
I can't believe I'm saying that out loud.
I know. Our first Mountain Dew crack of the day is for Brucey B.
Little
Brucey
defense
B
too.
and that intensity, and you heard Coach Adelman talk about it, and I love what he said because it's an admission of, well, the truth, because it's merely this. And David Adelman said, hey, we're here in large part because of what our offense did. If we want to do special things, i.e. championship things, our defense has to be better. So you see the defense effort, championship-level defense last night for the Denver Nuggets, and it's first time in forever, first time in a while that it feels like that. So I will take it. I will take that sort of effort defensively. I'll take that type of win. I said win by 10. They did more than that in beating up on the Celtics. So you love to see it, and you love that intensity from Brucey B, doing exactly what you need him to do with intensity, physicality, just kind of being an annoyance.
Yeah.
To whoever he was on, Derek White, whoever.
Had that huge dunk late, too, where you get the primal scream that I always like.
Yeah, a couple of those dunks with those primal screams, the KJ Simpson dunk.
Yeah.
Dunk.
How about that?
Yeah, that was awesome.
The steal and then run down.
Him and Derek talking.
He's flipping his Nuggets jersey, being a Boulder kid and everything. So.
Yeah, no, it was awesome.
I will say this. Bruce had some moments. He had that big dunk that was outstanding. But I remember yesterday, I'm like, man, are they going to roll 9 deep? Who's going to be the odd man out? I know he had some moments defensively. I actually think it's Brucey B. And it's now something, we got 22, 23 games left to monitor who's that's going to be. But it's weird to say because he's our guy. He's like the lovable Denver Nugget. The dude's got the logo tattooed on his arm. But, man, he's just left a lot to be desired, specifically on the offensive end. Now, if you have 2 perimeter players in a playoff matchup, he's going to be out there, especially on that second unit, because you have to have somebody that can guard out there. But I just watched Bruce Brown offensively, and he's not it.
Yeah, he's not it, but you do love and appreciate the fact that he's always going to bring that intensity defensively. So some hang-ups, some hiccups along the way for the Denver Nuggets, but then that third quarter, and Joker got hot at the right time. And did that impossible turnaround 3.
That was sick.
Are you kidding me?
He made that one and then missed like the next 40 and then made a couple more.
He made a couple more. So it's not the greatest shooting night for big fella, but he came through when they needed him to in that third quarter, and that's when they go on that 11-0 run. And, well, quite frankly, you just see it's too much for Boston there at the end. And then start it at the beginning of the fourth quarter. They have a little mini run there as well, and that was enough to put that team away.
And look, they hit a wall. Let's be honest. The Celtics were in Phoenix the night before.
Right.
You know, Jalen's dealing with some things. Jaylen Brown didn't score 30 points. I told you he's been the only Celtic so far to average 30 points on the road this deep into a season in that franchise's history, and they've had some pretty decent players. So they were able to keep him in check. They were able to really take advantage. It was almost like a 7-minute mark, maybe 8-minute mark. You're like, oh, they're tired as hell, and the Nuggets are not, and they took full advantage of that. I thought Julian Strawler had a really big bucket late because Jamal's out, and Julian and Joker were playing two-man game. Joker comes and sets the high screen. Julian attacks the rack, and instead of the little drop pass to Nikola, a floater. He only had 5 points.
Yeah.
And that floater was a huge moment for Julian. I was impressed by the kid's confidence to take that shot rather than bounce pass to the king.
Right.
That is Nikola.
And give it back to the best player on the planet. So shout out to Julian and shout out to Cam Johnson as well.
Yeah.
Because Cam Johnson with offensive rebounds, a big three, like just hustle play, right? How do you fit in? Hustle.
Yeah.
If you're worried about fitting in, and he's not really a new guy anymore, but we've seen that from Cam a couple of times this season, and now how do you fit in? You go make plays like that.
Exactly.
So Cam Johnson, I thought, had a hell of a night in a game where the Nuggets could have been better. They could have been sharper, and certainly offensively things could have gone a little bit smoother, but you win, and my complaint level is quite low for the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, you're right. Like the offense, could they have been better offensively? Yeah.
Sure.
Guess what probably fixes that? Jamal Murray playing the rest of the game
right.
and scoring the points that we know that Jamal Murray can score.
And Coach Adelman said, like, Jamal's played through so much. When he's sick,
I think he was throwing up sick.
Yeah.
Like had to go back and lose his dinner.
Yeah, it was one of two things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. He was losing something.
He was losing something from some orifice somewhere. But, like, if you're that sick, just go ahead and, calm down, wipe it away, get ready.
Mm-hmm.
The schedule remains tough.
I was watching the ESPN broadcast, and they said a couple of things. They were having like a debate with themselves if Nikola's the best passing big man. And I'm like,
what?
Hey, that was a conversation 4 years ago, guys. It's clear that he is. But then to your point of Cam, they were saying like, hey, David Adelman told us he's getting in the ear of Cam of like, you need to be more aggressive. We're going to set screens for you.
Yep.
We want you to curl, catch, and shoot. And that's what he was doing a little bit more last night. I'd like to see even more of it. But, again, last night was a good start, and they needed the elevation because Jamal wasn't there.
Yeah, Jamal wasn't there, and what's weird is as sharp as they look in certain aspects, and certainly defensively, that focus was there, that effort was there, something David Adelman is continuing to coach with this team and certainly emphasizing. The rest, the actual practice time, how much does this matter for this team? You don't really practice a whole lot in the NBA.
No, you don't.
But with a little bit of rest, a little tiny bit of practice time, you see that sort of effort without Jamal, without Payton Watson, without AG. I kind of like what we saw last night.
I did too, Nuggets fans. Now, look, there's still some things to be worked out, and the rotations and guys getting healthy as soon as a week from today, and then they got to fill each other out. The starting lineup, I know that there's continuity for the core, but the guys like Cam and Christian finding that role again. It's been, 15, 16 games together? So the last 20 are going to come up big for what they are and look like going into the postseason. All right, couple quick texts for Tribe Roll Call. Our buddy Mike from Littleton checking in. What's up, Mike? He says, what up, Tribe? Grinding. Out here painting some projects today, running around the city. Heard a rumor that we might sign Riley Moss to a 4-year contract. I'm down with that. Hope you guys are having a good day. We'll talk a little bit more about some of that stuff coming out of the Combine throughout the show today, Mike. So appreciate you checking in. Eric, he's our dude at the Doggy Dude in Watkins over there. He says their kennels are second to none. Remember, I was questioning whether or not mine was actually walking my dog. Might have to make the trip out to Watkins.
Eduardo chimes in the YouTube chat. What up, Tribe? It's Ed from Bakersfield, killing it at the gym right now.
Nice, Ed.
There you go.
Just chilling in Bakersfield, working out at the gym.
Working out.
That's a nice little day. Jeff, he's in Westminster, making my money in Denver as a union elevator mechanic. Nice, Jeff.
Okay.
We got to unionize radio broadcasters, dude. Me and you should make that push. You guys got all the perks there in the union. Jeff, appreciate you. Keep crushing it out there. We'll continue with our Tribe Roll Call text throughout the whole show. Doesn't have to be just the first hour or so. Keep them coming all day. We love hearing from you guys on the RamosLaw.com text line and, of course, the YouTube page over there. All right, we'll get into now the Avs side of the wins last night. Wedgie held it down between the pipes, and how about that? The Avs special teams doing their part in their return to the ice after the Olympic break. Let's look back at the Avs win and talk about them also passing an eye test. Coming up next.
Should upgrading the running back room be the top priority for Sean Payton this offseason?
This is not some Christian McCaffrey deal, but it's also not some bargain shopping. It's somewhere in between. You need to address this with a heavy hand. Breece Hall represents that. He's number one on my free agent big board.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Still haven't filed your taxes? Hey, you're not the only one. A lot of good people fall behind. But here's the thing. The longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties stack up. Interest piles on. The letters get more aggressive. None of it magically disappears. It's why I always tell folks, call my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions. These are not generalists. They don't dabble in tax problems. They live in this world. Resolving IRS issues is all they do. Maybe you're 1 year behind. Maybe you're 10. Maybe you've got unfiled returns, wage garnishments, bank levies, or you're just losing sleep wondering what the IRS is going to do next. Their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, talk to the IRS for you, stop the stress, and start putting a real plan in place. And listen, waiting never makes it better. Every day you delay is another day the IRS gets to tighten the screws. One quick call to Advanced Tax Solutions, that could be the start of a quick resolution. So take control of your tax situation before the IRS does. Reach out to Advanced Tax Solutions today and breathe again.
The AutoNation flash sale is on for 1 week only. Drive with 0 down plus 0 payments till June. Don't wait. Save on thousands of new cars and trucks. All your favorite makes and models. 0 down plus 0 payments till June. We'll even buy your car and pay you top dollar on the spot. Don't miss this limited time event. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation.
Appraisal subject to verification. 60-month max term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details. Expires 2/28/26.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
This February, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Sex, intimacy, love. These 3 things are critical to a good relationship. And that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Brandon Stokely here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Does the air in your home feel like the desert? You don't have to suffer any longer. Get a brand new humidifier for the lowest price of the season. Everyone should breathe easy and healthy in their home. What are you waiting for? Call Rocks Heating and Air for a free, no obligation estimate. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Everyone do the deep boy sky. Right here. Here we go. East Coast family. Okay, your best part, though, is coming up. Deep boy sky. All of us right now. Plus, I'm already starving, so. Ha! And all the Philly shit you can eat. Yes!
I could go for a Philly cheesesteak right now.
Oh, yeah. You're a little hangry this morning.
I know. I've been going to bed super early, and now I'm staying up late watching
Now you're staying up
hoops.
late watching hoops and hockey. And, well, pro tip, watch it in the morning, too.
Yeah. I'm on wiener dog duty this week.
Oh, yeah.
That's, the lady has to actually go into the office, so I have all the duties at home that I usually completely ignore and leave it for her to do.
Okay. Never ignore your wiener, dog. So,
good point.
make it happen.
Good point. All right, Avs get it done last night, too. Nice night of viewing for the Nuggets and the Avalanche.
Right.
Nuggets get it done thanks to defense. And now we can nitpick a little bit, and I'm down to do it, but how about goaltending and special teams for the Colorado Avalanche? And yes, they had to do it without Nathan MacKinnon, who got the night off last night, but a 4-2 victory. Wedgwood was just outstanding. I thought Wedgie was really, really good. First goal, Gabe's in the box, and you're getting a little action right in front.
Yeah,
you get a bit of a pass on that one, but as good as Wedgwood was, Netsch is playing that McKinnon role on the left side of the power play and blasts a bomb from the top of the circle and puts one past the netminder. And then, how about a 5-on-3 that they killed early? They actually started the second and third periods on the penalty kill and then add one more in the third to go down 5-3. And they just dominated that penalty kill, both on the 5-on-3, and then when it got back to the Mammoth having a man advantage, they were really, really good special teams last night, specifically PK, but that first power play, and we said, pass the eye test.
Please.
Pass the eye test. I was telling Kelsey last night, we're sitting there watching, I'm like, and look, told you before, I'm a basketball guy. Big TV gets basketball, small TV or computer gets hockey. Little TV was on hockey last night, and I'm like, I got to switch this up. I switched it to watch just the first power play.
Okay.
And that's when she's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I got to pay attention to this power play because this is the big story of this game.
Yes.
And that first one where Marty scores, dude, that was outstanding work. They kept the puck in the zone of the Mammoth for the majority. I think it actually only came out once. They were moving the puck around.
Yep.
It was popping from stick to stick, tape to tape, whatever you want to go, and then ultimately ends with that Marty goal. That one was outstanding. The next two left a little to be desired. There was more play in the offensive zone, which is a positive sign, but not as many nets and legitimate shots on net as opportunity number one. But hey, the first one I saw looked great and ended with a goal. They end the night 1-on-3 and killing that 5-on-3. That's a solid night for special teams.
Yeah, a solid night for special teams because it had to be because the 6 penalties.
Yeah.
That's not great, Bob. So some rust. Some sloppy play, greasy, if you will, but this team proving that they can win in multiple different ways. And this team proving, or at least showing, does Marty need to be in the left circle on the power play instead of Nate? I think that's the big conversation. Coach Bednar was asked about it last night. I believe it was Evan that asked the question about, like, hey, looks pretty good out there with Marty. What about with Nate? And, of course, Coach Bednar was like, well, that's really that's Nate's spot. You know what I mean? So I think that's a conversation. Should it be?
If it's been Nate's spot all season
and power play's
terrible.
been historically bad, I mean, and we've talked about it before, like the ownership that Nathan MacKinnon has on the power play is, well, it's got to be intimidating. You know, it's got to be intimidating for teammates out there of like, okay, get him set up, get him in the right spot, get the pass. The passes last night in the power play felt natural. Not like guys, willy-nilly looking for somewhere to go with the puck. Like
who had the best look had the puck.
Yes.
Or was getting the puck.
You get the puck, you move it around, you know where the shots are going to come, and you fire, you attack. So it's a conversation. I'm on the flip side of what I think a lot of hockey fans, or at least Avs fans, may be of like, put Marty there. It's one game. I promised myself going into last night's game, coming out of the Olympic break, we're going to see some rust. Check. Utah gave up in the third.
20 minutes of rust.
Let's just be honest
period.
also. Utah they waved the white flag. They're done in the third, which is great. Get your point and get out of there. That's exactly what it was for the Avs. Get those points, get out of there, because you've got 5 games in 7 days. So you've got it going with the Wild tonight. Everyone loves your shirt on YouTube, by the way.
Suck it, Wild.
But for me, I'm not changing. I'm not making drastic changes. Maybe Coach Bednar might do this again, but it's not any time for me, in my opinion, to take Nate out of that left circle.
And I'm not sure this is how Bednar would handle it, but what would be wrong with Jared talking tonight, after or pre, depending on the decision that he makes here, of going, hey, it's not like I wrote his name down and I didn't tattoo Marty Netchus on the left side on PP1. I'm just giving him a little bit of room to see what it looks like because it was decent last night and it's been dog butt before that.
Yeah.
And I think Nathan McKinnon would be the most understanding of that.
Are you sure?
Like, hey, you know what's not working? This.
Power play.
Let's try something else. And it worked last night. Let's give it another go and just see what it looks like. What if they fall flat on their face again tonight? All right, well then, Nate, you're right back on that left circle.
Sure.
But if they don't, then we just have more evidence to continue this experiment with the new control of Marty Netchus.
Yeah, and I just think it's part of the conversation. It's not anything you make drastic wild changes over right now, And as we look at the power play woes that this team has, they'll have to clean it up. Last night was a clue as to what they could do, of course, without Nathan McKinnon. What does it look like tonight? This tonight is much more telling, if you will.
Yeah.
An opponent that you have a history with. And I know Utah, things get a little wonky with Utah sometimes for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And that's a team it's weird that they gave up because they're fighting for a wild card spot.
The broadcast last night at one point said, the longtime captain of the Mammoth. And I'm like,
longtime
they've been
captain?
around for 3 years.
Okay.
Yeah, look, like I said, I think it's worth the conversation, and I think it's worth another night of rolling with what it looked like last night because you had some success, and they've lacked a lot of that on the power play.
Yeah.
And I think Nathan McKinnon, as ornery or stubborn as he may be at times, we learned this with Sean Payton this week. I think whatever is better for the team, that dude's down to do.
Yeah, and whatever's better for the team, I'll tell you this, Brock Nelson needs more love, man.
Dude, how about
more love?
He's on the first line because Nate's out. The setup on Brock's goal from Gabe was also, and he gives him the point right away, knowing like Gabe coming back and returning to form.
Gabe's tackling guys out there.
Yeah, and then we were texting about it a little bit with the first Brock goal.
Oh, you were
that was
very upset.
I just don't, again, I will never know what goaltender interference is. So what if the goaltender is 10 feet out from his net and stick and glove collide? Is it still goaltender interference, or was it just because his little glove was slightly above that blue paint that he just owns that entire real estate? So goaltenders are just entitled to all the ice around them and near them because they got a G next to their name. I'm sick of goalies, dude. Sick of goalies.
Now,
can you talk some sense into him, Drew? Because I actually agree with you on the text chain last night.
So, like, the technical, and again, we get back to the whole conversation, is like, nobody actually knows what the heck goaltender interference really is. But by the letter of the law, the goaltender is entitled to that blue paint. If any part of him, like his glove in last night's case, gets touched when it's out of the blue paint, that's not goaltender interference. That goal should have stood. If you look at the overhead view from last night, it was really close. I mean, we're talking, it was like on the border.
Well, and then when they're doing frame by frame,
right,
you can't, and I get it, it's an eyeball versus frame by frame,
Yeah.
so that's difficult, but the puck's not in frame,
right,
while Brock's stick is on glove, and then Brock's stick is off of glove by the time puck is in frame.
Right. I'll be honest, I did not, maybe for the first time in a while for goaltender interference, I didn't have a problem with the call. So I was like, okay, that's probably the right call because his stick did touch his glove. And yes, I know frame by frame you didn't see the puck, but when you think about it, it's like just how fast it was going at that point. It was probably the right call because his glove was in the blue plate. It's such a subjective thing. Like you're assuming that camera angle that they have is directly above it, which it is, but it really is hard to kind of tell sometimes. All right, was it just barely out of the blue paint? Was it still fully in the blue paint? It really is such a weird, wonky call. I did think it was interesting that they did spend so much time reviewing it.
They spent a ton of time.
I thought that was going to be like, oh, this is going to be a quick, no goal. And I would have been like, okay, that's fine. It was no goal.
And look, I will say this, full disclosure, if it were Wedgie's glove, I'd be going, come on!
Right.
But I'm an Avalanche fan, you know?
It really is. It is just frustrating, though. It's like we are still here and nobody knows what the heck actually goaltender interference is. It really is frustrating, and it makes for a hard watch sometimes because you're guessing, and it kind of feels like the officials on the ice and the guys in the replay room in Toronto, they're just kind of guessing too. And
it's
it
all
makes it
by
difficult.
case by case.
It really is, yeah. There's no all right, letter of the law, this is this, like it should be. Now, maybe you just go back to the old rule of, hey, if the offensive player is anywhere in the blue paint, it doesn't count, period. Maybe they have to go back to that. I don't want to see it get to that point, but maybe that's how you get it to where, all right, here's the letter of the law. The offensive guy cannot step in the blue paint. Kind of like lacrosse.
Yeah.
Like you watch lacrosse, you as an offensive player are not allowed to set foot even a little
When
bit.
did they change that, by the way, Drew?
It's been a while.
Because that was like dead puck era part time,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's been a while. I mean, it all kind of goes back to the 99 Stanley Cup final when Brett Hull was in the paint scoring the game-winning goal to win the cup. It goes back to that distance.
Now, I would like to just give you like the letter of the law.
Yeah.
Write it down so I know what it is and we can all agree upon the rule.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's probably the way you should go about doing it.
Super quick. How many goals is Brock Nelson getting this year? He's at 30 right now.
How's
I'm going to
he
give
keep-
him.
Every year he's get older, gets better.
I
What's
know.
going on with this
I'm going to
guy?
give him 40. I'm
Wow.
saying it on February 26th. He's going to break his career high of 37.
So 10 goals in 26 games?
I believe he can do it.
That might feel low.
I mean, the pace he's
Really?
on, right?
The heater that he's on right now?
Woo!
You undersold him at 40.
You kind of did, yeah. And 40's, I mean, if he gets to 40, you're like, holy crap, that's amazing. But 45 is not out of the realm of possibility.
Wow.
As well as he's playing right
Holy
now,
cow.
it's crazy. It's awesome to see what he's doing.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, Brock is absolutely crushing it last night.
He's my MVP.
He was outstanding on the first line last night. They didn't miss a beat, and it was not Nate, it was Brock. All right, let's get into Bo's Board, a new name for Bo's Board today. We're going to go over names every day about guys Cecil likes, we like, that they can find via trade in the draft, free agency. Today, we're focusing on the draft and a position everybody wants them to upgrade. Details coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
Okay, does this happen to anybody else? You sit down with a juicy QPC, some McNuggets, and those golden fries from McDonald's. Then you take a long sip of your Sprite because you can still hear your mama saying, "Don't fill up on that drink before you eat your food." But you're grown now, so you do what you want.
Share and share alike with the 20-piece McNuggets from McDonald's for just $6. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your card can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your card today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, don't forget to keep coming with your Tribe roll call text. We're going to get to a few of those coming up into the segment. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there today? Tell us on the text line, powered by Ramos Law. Tell us over on the YouTube channel. Just search Denver Sports on YouTube, subscribe to it, and then find the Dover and Cecil stream, and you're in just like that. All right, we're doing Bo's Board, and we're talking about names via free agency, perhaps trade. We haven't got too deep into trades, but we certainly will. And then, of course, the draft that everybody's getting ready for out in Indianapolis at the Combine. We all know the Broncos need a real tight end. I feel like saying, go get a joker is foolish at this point because we all got by one Evan Ingram. But how about a young tight end that maybe you could develop into something a little bit nicer? That's who we're talking about today.
Here's Berlowitz to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Vanderbilt, Eli Stowers.
28 yards to Stowers, then to Eli again, and Eli breaks a tackle. Touchdown.
Eli
Stowers, touchdown.
That's nice, Kev, keeping that on there. Eli Stowers, the tight end out of Vanderbilt as of last year. Bounced around a little bit, man. I was watching some of his highlights last night. Cease, after you gave us the name, first thing that jumps off, he's a giant man. 6'4", 235 pounds. His catch radius, I'm watching him go out and get balls with the defender hanging on his backside. I'm watching him go up and get balls out jumping a cornerback that's trying to stay with him. So that stood out to me a lot. And then, as I mentioned, I'm going to be hesitant talking about this guy can be a joker. But again, can you draft and develop a guy to turn into that at some point in his NFL career? Maybe not just in year 1 or 2, but some of the things that they were doing in Vanderbilt with him is exactly that. Little, I'm going to go pre-snap motion, you're my pitch man, shovel passes at the line of scrimmage and use that big body to bang through and score a touchdown. So there are these little signs that you go, hey, with the right coaching, with the right opportunity, your word, the right fit, this guy could turn into a player sooner rather than later.
I'll get you another F word. It's freak.
Okay.
He was on Bruce Feldman's freak list. 39-inch vertical.
Wow.
11-foot, 3-inch broad jump.
Damn.
That's all you need to know right there with Eli Stowers. Now he's a almost pure receiving threat.
Yes.
He's an effort blocker. You can line him up in line. You can put him in the slot. You can even put him in the backfield. So he was capable of doing that. So you love that versatility. You know, Sean Payton is going to love that versatility. And I personally believe the Denver Broncos like Stowers. Maybe liking him enough to take him in the second round.
Okay.
But you look at what Stowers does as a former quarterback. And I always try to find those type of guys because usually, and it doesn't always work out, but usually a former quarterback's going to know where to sit down in a soft spot. A former quarterback's going to know how you want that, receiver to kind of square up. Make the biggest target possible on a comeback route. Square up to the line of scrimmage. Don't lean. Don't, use a different angle, but make sure you're presenting that largest target. Know how to sit down. Know how to set up those linebackers in coverage, and that's what Stowers does. He has what scouts call route intelligence. So understanding and knowing it's something, I personally believe, it's my opinion, that Evan Ingram could be better at his route intelligence, like understanding coverages, adjusting to that coverage, and knowing how to, okay, this is the route I'm supposed to run. I have to change it differently based on the way they're playing me. Evan Ingram doesn't do that. It's not Sean Payton using him the wrong way. It's Ingram not having the route intelligence that he needs when coverage is different than he expects.
So it's a, hey, this play was called. My route's a 6 and turn. I'm only doing a 6 and turn.
Yeah, because this is what I'm supposed to do. No, they're playing you differently. You have to be able to adjust on the fly. Stowers does that with elite athleticism. Again, that burst that he has, elite burst, run after the catch ability, the fact that he is a former quarterback so he knows where to go with the ball, and he's a threat to score when you get him the ball. He can move, he can run, he can be that seam ripper. He's almost, if you're kind of not ignoring blocking, but just putting it lower down the priority list, Sean, if you do that, Stowers should jump up to your list. Now, I know they did talk to Kenyon Sadiq. That is coming out of the combine today, and everyone loves the Oregon tight end, and he's the number 1 tight end. The number 2 move tight end in this class is Eli Stowers.
Wow.
There's no doubt and no question. He'll probably be there in the second.
At 60, what are they at, 62?
Maybe. You might have to maneuver a little bit because this tight end class, not as good as last year, a historic tight end class last year, it's going to be a little bit drier when you get past certain names. Cecil is the Houston kid I like. He's probably like a 3rd, 4th rounder.
Okay.
He's the last guy. Once Cecil goes, then it's done. Stowers will be a 2nd-round pick and a flex tight end, an F tight end. This is the type of playmaker you need if you want Bo Nix to really attack the middle of the field.
And the thing that sticks out to me about that size is there's a learning curve, and he's not going to just come in and make an impact at the NFL level. But when you got that body, that catch radius that I was talking about, you're going to get a smaller defender. Bo Nix is a smart enough quarterback to go, oh, there's the mismatch. He's open enough for me, and hit him with the ball. And you know what I mean? He can make an impact without being this Tyler, and even Tyler Warren didn't come and tear the league up immediately. I just think that size is it's a little bit of a cheat code to get more out of a guy sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I'm going to use another F word that might make some people nervous just a little bit. He needs 10 pounds of muscle. They list him at 235. I've always said as long as your frame can handle it, every player should add 10 pounds of muscle. Not 40 pounds, Zach Veen, but like 10 pounds of muscle, right?
Yeah.
He's a bit finesse.
I got to get on that Zach Veen program.
He's a bit finesse out there. So I don't want to scare people, but we're just telling the truth. Eli Stowers is a flex tight end. He's an F tight end. He's a receiver, former quarterback, freak. And yeah, his game's a little finesse. So if you're more physical with him, that's how you can kind of disrupt some of those incoming catches.
Okay. We always ask Kevin Kistner opinion on tight end
He
here.
wants playmakers.
Kev, does this
I don't know what you think of this kid, Kev.
Check your box soon enough?
Come on.
First off, Vanderbilt in Nashville. Check. That's a positive.
What about
That's how I scouting your report.
Oh my God.
I watching this kid on film. I was 50-50. Then I started doing a little more digging. 5 games in his career where he had 100-yard games. 3 of those 5 came against SEC teams.
Wow.
Okay, that's good. Especially if you're at Vanderbilt. Like, let's be honest. Vanderbilt's not the best SEC team out there, and they probably will never be. His best game was against Texas last year, 146 on 7 catches for 2 touchdowns.
Wow.
He won the John Mackey Award for the best tight end in college football. Now, let me read you the previous John Mackey Award winners.
Okay.
This might excite a lot of people.
Okay.
Eli Stowers.
Yeah.
Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
Like him?
Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Brock Bowers.
Pretty good.
Trey McBride.
Yeah.
Real good.
Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
Harrison Bryant. I don't
Harrison
know.
Bryant's fine. Back up
Did he go to
Browns.
Minnesota? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
TJ Hawkinson.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Mark Andrews.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Jake Butt was projected to be
He
good.
was good in college.
Hunter Henry.
Okay. That's a solid list right there.
Okay, John Mackey Award winner, Eli Stowers. But
Pretty
Kev,
solid list.
So it sounds like you came around on him, Kev?
I think he's going to be a developmental guy. I do like that he's been a quarterback before, and he's a smart kid. He won the William V. Campbell Trophy for a player that's most excellence in academics and in football. You know who else won that award?
Who?
Peyton Manning.
Oh, wow.
You know who else won that award? Tim Tebow.
Whoa.
You know who else won that award? Justin Herbert. You know who the most recent Bronco to win that trophy is?
Bo Nix.
Bo freaking Nix.
Yeah.
So this guy has a quarterback mind. He's a smart kid.
Yeah.
I think he could do a little things what Travis Kelce does. That sit in the zone, find the zone. Just find the right zone, sit there, catch it, get 6 yards.
So if you call him developmental, is that worthy of 62 for you? Or you're kind of leaning at, 94, I think, whatever the third round
he's not
pick
going to
is?
be there in the
It's
third.
not going to be that 94.
He's not going to be there in the third.
If you like him, I don't know if he's a 62 pick, maybe a little closer to the 75 range in my opinion. But if you like him, you got to take him at 62.
If he's there. And
if their draft was C.J. Allen, linebacker Georgia in the first, Eli Stowers, tight end Vandy in the second, and then Mike Washington, running back Arkansas in the third, they just crushed it.
Yeah.
That's like the perfect draft plan. In fact, George Payton, just do that.
Yeah. C.J., Eli, and Mike. That's what we're looking for.
So, Kev, I mean, you're still kind of... You're soft selling this, baby. Yes or no? You want this playmaker or no?
Oh, history says yes. I'll go yes.
Okay.
He's not a dummy.
There's history there. I mean, the Mackey Award winner. Yeah.
He's got an award that Peyton Manning and Bo Nix won. I thought you'd be all over this.
Right.
Hall of Famer.
Future first ballot Hall of Famer.
If he winds up in Canton, you're going to save this audio.
Nailed it. Good stuff. All right, Broncos country, you tell us, yay or nay, on a young tight end out of Vandy as a Broncos early, we'll call it a first or a second round draft pick. He's not going to be around there at number 3. Tell us on the text line. We'll react to a few of those texts. Got to get caught up with some Tribe Roll Call as well. Over on YouTube, same deal. You like the idea of Eli Stowers being a second-round pick for the Broncos. I want to get back to a couple things that George Payton had to say. Cease, you mentioned this yesterday. We talked about some linebackers. You just mentioned C.J. Allen. We like these guys. Broncos general manager George Payton, how does he feel about the class of linebackers? How many are out there that can be starters in year one? That's coming at you next.
After another underwhelming season from the tight end room,
should the Broncos bring in another dynamic playmaker?
Cade Otton is a guy that I really like, that I really think can play, and that I think would be one of those guys that provides duality for you as an offense, something you really haven't had. He's a threat in the passing game, but like I said, a willing participant when it comes to blocking.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
This February, save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
You're Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. And ask how you could get a pair of Icon Pass 2-day sessions. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Hi, Dan Cicchini with Dunright. Great pricing options and bank financing? You bet. Kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. Done right since 1985. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Dunright. Visit drhi.com. Thanks.
President's Day means all 2025s need to go at Ziltahar Motors. This month, get up to $10,000 off or 0% financing for 72 months on all remaining 2025 Ford F-150s. Search all available 2025 inventory and pricing at sthmotors.com and get an instant quote for top value for your trade-in. Ziltahar Motors is Colorado's most trusted dealer for over 66 years. No cutting corners, no corporate games, just real deals from real people. $10,000 off your next F-150 at Ziltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Try Wendy's new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mint cookie pieces. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's and Girl Scouts of the USA.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app.
Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to hear from old George Payton in just a second on linebackers and how he feels about the class that is. Cecil's talked about it a couple of times, it being pretty deep and him having a couple favorites in this group. Before we hear from old Georgie, let me remind you guys again about our Superfan Send-Off presented by 303 Law 4040. If you're a wrestling fan, this is the contest for you. We're giving you a chance to go to Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. And by we, I mean 303 Law 4040. If you win, you're going to get a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for you and a guest from Denver to Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and how about $500 preloaded on a Visa gift card? It could all be yours. Can't win if you don't play, and you play by getting to denversports.com/superfan to get signed up today. denversports.com/superfan. All right, Cease, we've talked about linebackers. It feels like mockers have fallen in love with C.J. Allen, fallen to the Denver Broncos, but there are a handful of others that are out here and could fill that void at ILB for the Denver Broncos. If they're not able to bring back Alex Singleton, Justin Strnad, both, or one of, well, they're certainly going to be in the business of drafting one, and they probably should be, even if they do bring those gentlemen back. And George is aware that this linebacker class is deep.
I think so. I think this is a pretty good linebacker class. I mean, it is a tough position for a rookie to come in and play right away, especially with some of the things we do. But I do like the depth of this class. I do. And so we'll see it again. It's early in the process. We interviewed those guys last night. It was a sharp group, definitely.
And that's what Kliss reported yesterday. We talked about they get 45 allotted combine interviews. They already spent a good chunk of those on linebackers. I think there's a couple things that's interesting there from George. Talking about how deep the class is. It's kind of an acknowledgement of we need to address the position. And then he says something there of, hey, it's really hard to just come in and play that position at the NFL level, especially with what we're going to ask these guys to do. All right, gears start to turn. What does that actually mean? Go, okay, well, it probably doesn't mean he's just going to give it to a rookie. Hey, you're a green dot now. You got to go figure it out. It tells me, of course, they're going to bring Dre Greenlaw back. It tells me that they're probably pretty key on at least one of Alex Singleton or Justin Strnad to be that guy so that it's not Greenlaw and a rookie, a guy that you can't rely on his body, and you're not sure what the rookie can do at this level.
Is the best combination, though, with Dre Greenlaw? Or is the best combination? Because Justin Strnad, you could cut Dre Greenlaw, have the cap savings, sign Justin Strnad for the cap savings. Is your best bet to bring Singleton and Strnad back and then draft a kid? Because you heard it right there from George Payton, like, it's really tough ask for a rookie to step in, especially with what we ask our players to do. Okay, does that mean it's not C.J. Allen in the first round then? Does that mean you're not going with the linebacker in the first round? Does that mean maybe a second-round guy that you can develop a little bit? And the thing with Dre Greenlaw is he a fit? When George Payton says, in talking about Singleton and Sternad, like they're Broncos. I think of them as Broncos. Yeah, okay. Well, that kind of says he doesn't want to let him get away. And in fact, there was another comment from George Payton about him saying, like, what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you don't sign a guy like Justin Sternad, what are we doing? If you don't bring back an Alex Singleton, what are we doing?
I mean, especially Sternad. It's a guy you got, you drafted, you developed. He was a special teams guy, now has turned into a starter.
Yeah.
Isn't that the story of the NFL? Is that not exactly what you're looking for?
Especially a guy that got an opportunity on defense, stunk, spent 2 years where he didn't get a single defensive snap. 2 years. 0 snaps on defense. And then to come out and have that opportunity with the Singleton knee injury in week 4 that year, a couple of years ago. So it's been fantastic for Sternad. And I'm just not sure that Dre Greenlaw is meant to be with the Denver Broncos.
Dude, to your point about Dre Greenlaw, I'm looking at June 1st stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing. If you were to cut Dre and you do a June 1st designation, and honestly, if you wanted to get out of it and be a player with some of your money, it's not that big of a deal before June 1st if you're going to let him go. Pre-June 1 release, all right, you're going to take a $4.3 million hit. Post-June 1 release, you're going to take a $2.1 million hit. Neither of those are big enough numbers to make me go, nope, you can't do that.
Yeah, and with Sternad's money being so much projected to be so much lower,
and by the way, your savings then become $6 million.
Yeah, $6 million saved. Is Sternad even going to get $6 million?
And not annually, probably.
Right.
Or he's right in that
He's
wheelhouse.
in that area of that, in that range of that. So, like, man, letting Justin Sternad go, what are you doing? You let Cody Barton go, you're like, okay, whatever. You letting Justin Sternad go, that's might be a bit of a head scratcher. So I think we need to look at this, because if you have Dre Greenlaw and you bring back Alex Singleton and you draft the rookie C.J. Allen in the first round, Allen's probably going to play because Dre Greenlaw is going to get banged up. If you get Sternad and Singleton's the clear mentor, Sternad's not the mentor. And that's the thing. If you get Greenlaw and you keep Justin Sternad and then you draft the kid, Sternad's not mentoring that kid.
Right.
Sternad, he's going for his next contract.
Yeah.
Like, this is just his first opportunity at big money. He's going for another one, girls. So, like, he's not going to be the guy that Singleton is at this point in his career, where I'm going to teach you the tricks. I'm going to teach you my tips. I'm going to let you know what I know.
Mm-hmm.
Singleton would do that willingly. So I think the best combination for the Broncos at inside linebacker doesn't include Dre Greenlaw.
I didn't realize that June 1st number and even pre-June 1st wasn't that bad. And again, his body breaking down, his weak-ass comments at the end of the season, you put those two together, it equals a chance for him to try something else.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting to me, man. I kind of want to monitor that and see what that looks like. Another thing that George talked about yesterday is if the depth in this class has any sort of impact on their decisions with Singleton and Sternad.
Yeah, I mean, those like Alex and Justin, I mean, those guys we'd love to have those guys back. We'd love to have them back. I mean, those, regardless of what's in the draft, these are guys, we see those guys as Broncos. If we let those guys leave, what do we do? Those are good dudes. And that doesn't mean we can get them, right? I mean, everyone's watching tape. But, you look at both. I mean, when you're getting your plan for free agency, you look at the draft. Where's it strong there? Okay, maybe it's strong, at receiver. Maybe, so it's just, it is a balance, and you do develop your plan. So it is a good question. But with some players, man, you just want to get back regardless of the strength,
I mean, he's saying the right things. Again, is he saying it because it is the right thing to say, or is there some, genuine words behind that comment there? I'm kind of with you, man. I don't know. What else would a guy like Justin Sternad have to do to earn a contract from the team that developed him if they're not going to give it to him right now? And I know maybe it doesn't have to be one of, Singleton or Sternad, but if you're going to keep Dre around, it certainly feels like it has to be one of.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If Dre's around and that's your plan, you're getting only one of Singleton or Sternad, and that's your decision. But again, if you get Sternad, he's not going to be the guy, and I don't blame him, by the way.
No.
Nothing about Justin. Like, if you're at that point in your career, you shouldn't be the guy showing him everything. So it's just interesting. I love this linebacker class, and just warming up to it, especially with that dead money post-June 1, I think you could move on from Dre. I think it's the best opportunity for the Broncos.
I mean, $2 million to Greg, that's like you found $1 in your pocket. Like, oh, dude, I got $1. We'll go get a snack in the vending machine. That's what that is for Mr. Penner.
Yes.
All right, a couple quick texts here for Tribe Roll Call. Our dude Tyler in Greeley, he says, I need an update on Dover's egging situation. Has the case been solved?
Oh.
I went and knocked on the door.
Yes.
No answer to the door, and I'm 99% sure that the guy I think egged it was in the house.
Okay, yeah. Well, the kid's home. You need to talk to the parent.
That's what I'm saying. The kid was home.
Yeah.
I think he's the one that threw the egg.
Yeah, of course.
He already means mugs me, so I don't think that's going to go well if we have the conversation.
Yeah.
So Dad wasn't there. I'm assuming he just said, I'm not going to answer the door until Pops is around.
Okay, and you did say Dad maybe works a lot or something?
Yeah. Honestly, I've had a couple conversations with Dad. Mom and like her oldest son doesn't live there anymore. He has like his own family, but he comes over a lot.
Yeah.
I talk with that dude a lot. His name's Josh. So I'm like, maybe I'll wait for him and talk to that dude because it's a little more cordial over there.
We'll get to the bottom of this. We'll give you an update. And Tribe helps Tribes.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. You know what else I did this morning?
Hmm.
I met Christopher Titus, the comic.
Nice.
He was a sweet dude.
Yeah. No, Titus is good people. Me and Spivak talked to him in the old ESPN Denver days.
Nice. Yeah, he was awesome. The Comedy Works lady, Mel, who does a great job. She's like, this guy does
Mel's awesome.
Sports. And then he's like, sports. And then we started going. It was cool. It was a cool moment. So cool stuff. He's over at Comedy Works this weekend if you're into it. All right, let's get into hour number 2. We're hoping to talk with our buddy Mike Kliss at some point today in this hour. But I want to get back to what the Nuggets and Avs were able to accomplish. Was this the most complete win of the Nuggets season? I think the answer is yes. And now does it set a standard that we're going to hold them to? Let's have that conversation next.
Do the Broncos need a major reset at tight end this offseason?
Give me a break on this tight end room. Seriously, get this tight end room fixed. It's time to upgrade it. We put it on the back burner long enough. Eventually, you got to upgrade this thing, and this is the offseason to do it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up? It's Zach here. And if you're looking for your new go-to spot in Centennial, the Basketball Social House is it. Award-winning food and drinks, an incredible weekend brunch, and a brand new sports bar entertainment space where you can catch every Colorado game. Even if you're not playing, it's a great hang. But if you are, their private basketball suites are unreal. Full court, lounge, music, TVs, the whole setup. And because you're hearing this from me, get half off your first private basketball suite rental. Just use code HALFOFFHOOPS. Trust me, you're going to love this place.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Who wants
wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
Everyone does, but it's only U.S. Mortgages. Lock in a low rate today, and if rates fall in the future, we will redo your loan and lower your rate without any lender fees, including the appraisal. There's no limit to the number of times you can do this. Always have the lowest rate for life. Get our 475 5-year fixed rate, 5.89 APR. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
So you dust the mantle on Monday, and it's covered again by Tuesday. It's frustrating, right? But don't just look at the mantle. Do me a favor. Remove one of your vents and take a look inside. You see that buildup? That's where the musty smell of dust is coming from. Your home system is just recirculating that dust over and over again until you finally press that reset button on your home's air quality. Mark Schlereth here. You need to call my friends at Ductworks. Ductworks sets the standard for clean air in Colorado. In fact, they are NADCA certified, which means they're insured and you're receiving quality through knowledge. And they don't just blow the air around. They use specialized scraping system to scrub the walls of your air ducts, removing years of grime. Call them today at 303-425-0985 for a free estimate. Commercial or residential, get a fresh start today. Call 303-425-0985 or visit them at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
To 84. It was a little tighter than that until the end of the third quarter and start of the fourth quarter when the Nuggets decided to pull away. Nikola Jokic continues to be a dominant basketball player. Took a little bit of some shooting to get to his 30 points on 28 shots, but he gave you 30 points. He grabbed you 12 rebounds, dished out 6 assists because he wasn't getting a ton of help from guys making buckets. We talked about how deep in the rotation Coach David Adelman went. Had to do it because Jamal Murray was only able to play 8 minutes before he had to leave with a sickness.
Yeah.
And I was impressed, man. Like I said.
Did that make them come together, by the way? I think Spivak sent that in the notes this morning of like, when Jamal went out, then the Nuggets came together. I'm like, I think they would have performed similarly if Jamal was in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't think they needed to lose Jamal to like jolt them into playing defense and trying. I think it's that break. I think it's actually practicing for the first time in however long. Like, I think that's why we saw that effort last night.
I would say for when Jamal left, the question is, and especially with Payton being out, because that's who they wanted to be a backup ball handler, and then Jalen's not available either, who is a backup ball handler. My thing is like, oh, God, who's running DHO, dribble handoffs? Who's going to run high pick and rolls with Nikola? And then you saw Brucey do it a couple times. Julian did it in that one floater we talked about earlier. When Tim Hardaway Jr. is playing in there, he can run that set with Nikola. So that was almost a pleasant surprise of like, oh, there's ball handling depth, not to the level of Jamal or Peyton Watson.
No.
But it's not like, oh, God, it's all going to fall apart because nobody can dribble the basketball.
Right. Oh, God. Spencer Jones comes in and gets 3 fouls in like 3 minutes.
Dude, I still want more Spencer Jones.
Yeah.
Why does he not play more?
And, well, can I bring up something sensitive for
Please.
you? Zeke Naji had a good game, man. Zeke Naji had a good game. I know we regularly talk about Zeke Naji in a not-so-good way, but the stuff he was doing, even with Joker, having him out there, because Boston runs a little bit big, so David Adelman putting Zeke Naji there with big fella. We got to give it up to Zeke Naji when he does things like he did last night.
I mean, look, when he came in, I'm like, what are we doing here? And then he plays only 7 minutes, grabs a couple rebounds. His just body position defensively was better. The one thing that Zeke still hasn't figured out is rotations. Defensively, he's gotten better. Offensively, it almost looks like he just tries to get out of the way. You know what I mean? I'm like, he's just running away from the ball. He's like, oh, there's too many bodies over here. Let me run to the elbow.
So many activities.
Oh, there's too many bodies over here. Let me run to that baseline.
Right.
And that's just because he doesn't play with those guys, and he never knows where he's supposed to be. But,
but at least he's moving.
It was a little bit more of a pleasant surprise. Like, you play 7 minutes, you grab a few rebounds, and you're a part of some offensive sets. I think that's about all you can ask for a dude in 7 minutes.
Nice little hat tip there to Zeke Naji. We don't do it every night.
Well, let me ask you this. I was texting with my man Dan Collins, stats for the Nuggets down there, and we were both saying, man, this defensive effort last night is just like a pleasant surprise. It felt like icing on the cake. But now that we know it's there and the ability is you can shuffle your feet, you can stay in front of somebody, you can group rebound.
Are you going to say it?
I mean, do we need to set some sort of standard? Is there now they're not going to hold teams to 84 points.
Sure, right.
That's ridiculous to request.
Yes.
But, I mean, at the beginning of the year, we called it a race to 130. Can we get away from that? Can we call it a race to 110? Where they're a little bit better. The Celtics only averaged 107 points coming into this game, and you held them to almost 20 under that.
Yeah.
Because effort. You simply tried harder on the defensive end.
Yeah, well, and I look at their record. I think Drew sent us the note for that. Like, when they play good teams, they haven't been winning.
Nope.
So to play a good team like Boston and come out with that win, then you absolutely love to see that. So perhaps, and I hate to make this sort of like addendum to what you said, but Nuggets improved to 2-7 this year in games against teams ahead of them in the overall standings.
Damn.
2-7. That's not great, Bob, and it's not the Nuggets basketball that we expect. So perhaps I will add this on to your statement. That sort of effort expected when you're playing the better teams. Okay? It's not going to be an every night thing. I think in one game against a team, shorthanded team, banged up team in Boston, like I just think that was a team that kind of got a little bit worn down. You saw that in the fourth quarter as well, because Joker checks in like 6 minutes left, and then White's out, right? So they Boston starts benching their guy. So I'm not going to take everything like this has to be the way, but against a good team, yeah, this kind of has to be the way. And Coach Adelman said that afterwards of like, if we want to get where we want to go, we want to do something special, it's going to take a defensive effort like this.
And we talked about them closing out at the three-point line. The Celtics still took 43 of them.
Yeah.
And they
just weren't good at it.
And it's because it's a contested shot.
Yes.
Instead of being butt-naked wide open like it was the other night,
right.
You're closing out. That contest is there, and the shooter has to either elevate a little bit more or you're just in his, the vision of his jump shot. They just did a better job. It was more effort to get out to that three-point line.
And if you can continue to do that, I think that's the one thing defensively, if you're the Nuggets, that you can easily do. Close out.
Just try hard.
Just try. The rim protecting, which is my style of like the basketball I love, is down low, low post, rim protecting, shot blocking, rebounding, elbows, bloody faces. Unless Peyton Watson's healthy and AG's healthy, I'm not really looking for that. But if you can get that perimeter defense like that, where you're running out and at least hand in the face, hand up, dude, go to hand, give him the little, the old dead finger, just whack right there in the old crotch, like something to adjust that shot, please.
The capital of Thailand, that old trick.
Exactly.
We all did that to our buddies, didn't we?
Yes.
This was from our guy, Rome, who we love. He's on Twitter as well, Rome from Loveland. Jamal Murray wasn't sick. He just knew about my parlay. Those are your favorite people right there, Cease.
Hey, the tribe's all my favorite people, so thank you all for watching and listening.
All right, also Hayden's checking in. Uber driver from DIA to Keystone.
Whoa.
You get off the bird, you grab your board, and you head up to the hill.
Nice.
That's probably a pretty fun drive. The people are all amped up to get off the airplane and get up to the mountain. And now there's actually snow in the mountains to snowboard on or ski, whatever it is you do. So that's a pretty sweet gig right there.
Yeah, that's a real sweet gig.
How many drives do you do a day? That's a few hours of driving,
Yeah,
right?
it's maybe a couple, 3.
Yeah,
a real full day.
3 probably
Real full
tops.
day. Yeah.
All right, so the Nuggets, they got it done. You tell us, Tribe members, are you going to hold them to a standard? Again, 84 points is not fair, but are we now closer to 100, 110 with this defensive effort that they showed last night against one of the better teams? We know it's there. Will they just bring it every single night? All right, we'll change gears, talk about the Avalanche and what they were able to get done last night. Successful on the power play, good goaltending, and had a nice penalty kill in that third period. Let's again talk about what we just said with the Nuggets. Is there now a standard that we're going to hold these guys to the latter part of this season? Plus, we'll hear from Jared Bednar coming up next.
The champ! Are you ready? Do you consider yourself a super fan? Well, now's your chance to prove it. It's Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Super Fan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040, sending you to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. A pair of 2-night event tickets, airfare, and hotel all included, plus a $500 Visa card. So get in the ring and enter now at denversports.com/superfan. That's denversports.com/superfan.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit BigLou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Deep, deep discounts. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You know what it takes to win. The preparation, the game plan, the refusal to quit when things get hard. You bring that same mentality to your business every single day. But even the best teams need fans in the seats. At Denver Sports, we put your business in front of Denver's most passionate, loyal audience, on air, online, and on the big screen. You've got the drive, we've got the reach. Visit us online at DenverSports.com. Let's build your roster.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, we're calling in audible on our buddy Mike Kliss. We'll talk to him in about an hour from right now as he's making his way back home from Indy after his combine time has come to an end. So mark your calendar, set a reminder, 12:15-ish. We're going to pick the brain of one Mike Kliss. Got to look back at the Avalanche game last night. We talked about it to start. Power play went 1 for 3. They got the goal. Marty playing that Nate role, seeing him get the big bomb in power play opportunity number 1. You said it. Power play passed the eye test in the first one.
Yeah.
Got a little worse in the next two. It was more about them committing the penalties and then having to kill them off, which they were very good at last night.
I've only heard you and Drew kind of argue about this. I think it might have been when Evans was here too. But are you in favor of putting Marty in there in place of Nate?
On the power play?
Yeah.
For now, yeah. Mm-hmm.
After one game?
Yeah.
And
one game. It's not forever. It's let's see what it looks like tonight. If he stinks tonight, Nate, you're back. If he's good tonight, Nate, you're still out. We're going to go through the weekend. They play Saturday afternoon.
Are you ready to potentially piss off the best player in hockey?
Yeah.
You want to do that?
You know why? Because it's better for the team right now.
Okay. I'm just saying, it's one game.
I don't really care about anybody's feelings.
One game we could get excited about with Marty, but I'm not making sweeping changes. And I'm also not changing my expectations. My expectations for the power play are incredibly low.
But why?
If you get nights like last night, you just take it as a, hey, it's great. Can you learn anything from it?
I think the biggest, and we had the conversation, the biggest issue with the Avalanche has been the power play. Last night, I'm not saying that this is the end-all, be-all answer, but there's a little sliver of hope. Tiny light at the end of the tunnel flashed when Marty shot that shot and found the back of the net. Why wouldn't you just give it another go for another 60 minutes?
Maybe give it another go. And see what Nathan McKinnon has to say about it. Jared Bednar seemed hesitant when I believe it was Evan that asked him the question about that. Like, hey, power play looking pretty good. Might want to just keep Marty in there. And Coach Bednar didn't really seem warm to that idea. I think it's a little premature. I understand why everyone's excited about the power play actually working, but I think it's a little premature, and I think Coach Bednar kind of backed that up with his statements as well of like, hey, that's Nate's thing.
Yeah.
So I'd like to put a pin in that conversation. I'm not ready to make a big change like that.
Here's what Bednar said about the power play goal they got out of Marty.
That goal is scored because of the hard work. I think we checked the puck back in the zone 2 or 3 times. Val had a lot to do with that down low, winning some battles and keeping some pucks alive. And then, we calm it down a little bit and we get a good look on the flank. Sometimes those will go in, sometimes they haven't. More times than not for us, those shots haven't gone in, but I think Marty got, good velocity on that one. It was a good pass by Kale. So I will take any power play goal that we can get at this point to kind of get our guys feeling it.
We'll take anything we can get at this point, okay?
He said what we were all thinking, didn't he?
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
And look, I love that he gives some shout-out to Val because he is battling near the net and keeping some of those pucks alive and keeping it in the offensive zone for the Colorado Avalanche. So, yeah, man, I'm ready to try something.
I don't want to do that, and here's why. Okay. I want Nathan McKinnon to have witnessed the Olympics, with the stuffed animal or not.
Yeah.
Keep that around. Keep it around. Make it a reminder.
You just show it to him as he's skating out.
Exactly. Have it a reminder. Give it to him after every practice.
I should tell game ops, flash that bad boy on the board so he gets pissed off and plays better.
Actually, give him away to fans. First 20,000 fans. Get the, make it happen. But I look at it. I want Nathan MacKinnon to have the opportunity to change. I want him to have observed the Olympics and all the success that the power play had across the board. I want to observe Marty just from last night, and I want him afforded the opportunity. I feel silly even making this request. I mean, it's Nathan MacKinnon.
Sure.
He should be afforded that opportunity to go, did you learn something? Did you learn? Look how it's doing, Marty. See the Olympics. Did you learn something? And I imagine the answer is yes, he did. Now, does he implement action as the greatest energy of in life, right? You have to take action.
Sure.
You can talk about it all day. You can think about it all day. But are you actually doing something? So I believe that Nathan MacKinnon deserves that opportunity to go out there and see if things can be different on the power play post-Olympic break. He didn't play last night. I'm fine with that. Marty in that spot, looking good, power play rolling. Cool. I'm not making any big changes yet. I want to see if Nathan learned something and can MacKinnon carry it over.
So how long of a runway do you give him? If they suck tonight and he doesn't do anything, do you go right back to it on Saturday?
Why is it so quick to change? I understand that the urgency is there. I'm the one that's saying the power play is the one that will keep you from the Stanley Cup. So I get it, but he needs to get afforded. Okay, they play 5 games in 7 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Give him this 4 games.
4 games in the next 6 days.
Give me 4 games in the next 6 days. In those 4 games, Nate, are you showing something? Is the power play a little different? Is it a little better? Got a big one against the Wild tonight. You look at that schedule coming up. What do you see from the power play going forward? I believe MacKinnon deserves the opportunity to show that he can make the power play better.
What about the 55 games before last night when they've sucked on the power play and he plays the left spot?
When you come to work in your beautiful truck that I appreciate so much, are you looking at the front windshield or are you staring at the back all the time? What are you doing?
I'm trying to do both so I don't hit Ty's truck anymore, but mostly the front.
Okay, yeah. Why are we talking about old stuff? You know what I mean? That was then. Then you had an Olympic break. Power play worked for everybody. Then you come back. It works for Marty. I want to see it going forward.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe the 4 might even be too low, in my opinion. But it's Nathan MacKinnon. He deserves the opportunity to show if he can change the power play himself.
The texter says, throw those stuffies when he scores a goal. Well, you don't want to make him mad after he did something good for us. You got to get him mad before he does stuff.
Get him mad before, and then he does good stuff, and you say, thanks, we won't do that next time, and then you totally do.
That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I get what you're saying, and I completely respect the fact that he's Nathan MacKinnon. Everything you're saying is right. Because of who he is and what he's earned. I will say, I watched them score on a power play at a 16% clip, and then last night I watched them score at a 33% clip.
Sitting kind of nice.
Yeah, I like that number better than the other number.
Yeah.
So, again, I'm not tattooing Marty's name on Power Play 1 left side. I'm just saying, let's see what that looks like. And you know what? I'll meet you halfway. Let's give Nate that opportunity on Power Play 2.
Okay, I got you. I see you. Well, Tribe helps Tribe. Let us know. YouTube chat. Let us know. Should Nathan MacKinnon be afforded an opportunity to see if he can change the power play himself, or are you ready to just throw it all away?
Give it back to him.
And then move right on, and we'll see about that. Also, we haven't talked yet about Brett Kulak.
Drew asked us the question. I thought it was a fun question of, did you notice the new guy?
The nice thing was, no.
Not really.
And it was awesome.
Yeah.
He did exactly what he was supposed to do. And Coach Bednar talked about that after the game as well, of hey, he's out there, he's consistent, he's got some physicality, not really out of position. Okay, yeah, exactly. And a lot of Avs fans watching Avs Twitter last night, they're like, new guy's not showing up, or, we're not noticing the new guy.
Hurting them.
That's what we need.
That's what the broadcast says his name once. And I'm like, oh, that's right.
It's his
He's
first
out
game.
there, and I haven't noticed any sort of letdown or I think, Drew, that's what you were kind of asking, right? Of did you notice him? Because if you did, it's almost like the offensive lineman. If you're saying his name, it's probably not the best thing.
That's how I always kind of look at it, especially defensive defensemen like he is. You don't want to notice them. You want to notice Cale Makar. You want to notice Brent Burns. You don't necessarily want to notice the other guys. And if, in my opinion, the way I've always looked at it is if you don't notice them, that means they probably had a pretty darn good game. And Bednar talked about it after the fact. The only time I did notice was when him going up, playing with, I think it was Brent Burns a little bit. He started the game with Sam Malinsky. So the fact that he's able to go up and can play on all three defensive pairings and doesn't really stand out, to me, I think is a really good thing and a really good sign moving forward.
Yeah. How about Burnsy, too? Was it the end of the first period? He's just trying to fight.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and of course I root for the Avalanche, but I'm like, poor Mammoth guy really didn't even do anything. And then here comes giant Burnsy with a beard trying to beat his ass.
I was more impressed with the goal that didn't count. To get that kind of velocity on a backhand shot from where he shot it, I was like, holy smokes, that was
giant,
impressive, man. It was a bummer that thing didn't count because of, goaltender interference again. But what an awesome shot from him. He's really impressed the heck out of me so far this year. I wasn't sure if there was going to be any sort of a drop-off from, he's 41 years old. You wouldn't expect him to be able to play the way he has this year. What he's done with this lineup with Josh Manson, I think he's been outstanding.
And his movement's not that much of a liability
No.
at 40, and his size at 41, he's not a liability on his skates. That's strange to say.
Yeah.
They'll be back at it tonight. Like I said, it's a big one this evening, and we'll get back to that conversation. How does Bedsy handle his power play? Yay for McKinnon getting right back there, or do you let Marty try his hand at that left side one more time tonight? You tell us. Break the tie. 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. Put your name on the end of your text or answer us over on our YouTube page. Denver Sports YouTube, the Dover and Cecil stream, and you are in just like that. All right, we'll get back to a quick Broncos conversation. When Sean Payton was asked at the Combine if they need to add to the running back room, he had an interesting answer. Didn't really answer too much about the running back, but he might have told us where else they're looking to add. You'll hear from the coach coming up next.
By trading away Sam Girard, are the Avalanche preparing to make another big move at the deadline?
Look, we got to figure out what he's going to do on the ice, but I think this is a smart move. You're getting out of a contract. You're getting out of a player that's a little bit of a liability when the postseason comes because of that size on the back end. You're getting a little bigger, and you're getting freed up money at the end of the season. I think this is a really good first move from Kliss.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Josh Dover here to talk to you about my team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And I've told you before how much they've helped me with low testosterone, energy level, sex drive, all of that. If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, guess what? My crew over there can help you with that as well. Love, intimacy, that's important in a relationship. If you're not having sex in your relationship, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, you might not be in said relationship much longer. BD's affecting you. It's time to get back to it and stop with the excuses of headaches and stomach aches, and that's going to run out sooner rather than later. Your partner deserves better. You deserve better. So set up your first appointment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. $99 for the first appointment. Your talk with the Colorado licensed medical provider. Draw your blood, tell you what your T and PSA levels are, and if medically advised, they're going to suggest you take a test dose right there in the office. If that test dose doesn't work, your visit's free. But check this out. It works in over 90% of men, and they've been serving the Front Range for fellas just like you and me for over a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So stop with the gas station pills, the herbals that you saw on television. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com right now. Set up your first appointment, and you could be having sex as soon as the next day.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issue before you even notice SIM, it's like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working with perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though your kids grow up and you still don't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Still haven't filed your taxes? Hey, you're not the only one. A lot of good people fall behind. But here's the thing. The longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties stack up. Interest piles on. The letters get more aggressive. None of it magically disappears. It's why I always tell folks, call my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions. These are not generalists. They don't dabble in tax problems. They live in this world. Resolving IRS issues is all they do. Maybe you're 1 year behind. Maybe you're 10. Maybe you've got unfiled returns, wage garnishments, bank levies, or you're just losing sleep wondering what the IRS is going to do next. Their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, talk to the IRS for you, stop the stress, and start putting a real plan in place. And listen, waiting never makes it better. Every day you delay is another day the IRS gets to tighten the screws. One quick call to Advanced Tax Solutions, that could be the start of a quick resolution. So take control of your tax situation before the IRS does. Reach out to Advanced Tax Solutions today and breathe again.
Taco Bell's new Luxe Value Menu has 10 lavish indulgences, including the new mini taco salad, all for $3 or less. At participating Taco Bell stores while supplies last. Price and participation vary. Tax extra.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
So did Sean Payton maybe slip up a little bit and tell us what other positions they're going to have their eyes on in free agency and in the draft? I think he might have. When asked about running backs, I think the question was pretty simple to one Sean Payton, and that was, Coach, are you guys in the market for a running back? He kind of dances around it and then jumps into different position groups, which made me wonder where their eyes will be.
Well, if we look at our roster and we start doing the musts, you would say you have to take the free agents out of the equation, and so running back would have to be one. Linebacker, there's two of them. So when we go through that exercise, I think you have to remove the magnets so I would say when you do that, you look at the roster differently, you look at tight end differently, so those are positions certainly that would stand out.
All right. So he mentions those few positions. Now, like I said, he kind of dances around and talks about the running back position, but then he goes linebacker, and he actually reiterated that a couple of times during his 30-minute presser of like, hey, there's two of those guys telling you we got to do something there because we're losing two dudes that we had big roles for, and, of course, Alex Singleton and Justin Chenard. Then you hear him sneak in tight end a little bit there on the back end. I thought that was pretty interesting to hear, to sneak in on the back end, because we know there are a couple of his guys that are tight end free agents. The entire world, Broncos country, us all look at Evan Ingram and go, all right, that's the guy we're looking to upgrade. Adam Troutman's role's defined, and he's good at what they ask him to do. He's never going to be more than that. I just heard that, and I go, all right, you got asked about running back. You bring up inside linebacker. I understand that reason. And then you kind of go out of your way to slip in tight end there.
Yes.
And I just happen to believe it's more than Nate Atkins and Adam Troutman's future.
I believe so as well. I happen to believe that Evan Ingram, you're on notice, man. You're on notice. The Denver Broncos talking to Kenyon Sadiq. Sadiq saying that it would be awesome to reunite with Bo Nix, his college quarterback from, his freshman season at Oregon. And in the first round, moving up for Kenyon Sadiq, that makes a lot of sense. On Bo's board today, we did Eli Stowers, the Vandy kid. He makes sense in the second round. This is something where that position is going to get a fix. It's going to get an upgrade. What does that mean for Evan Ingram? They don't care. It's a production-based business, and when you don't produce, it doesn't really matter. And I appreciate that about this team because they can pay you, and even if they have to keep you, maybe even reluctantly, it's not like they're going to force you in because, we paid this guy. That was the John Elway regime. Sorry, John. But like when VJ would make a game plan and then John would come to him on Saturday and be like, no, change it because this guy. And I'm like, what?
It's like, you know that stuff you practice all week with your guys?
Throw it out. Throw it out. Doesn't matter. This guy's getting paid. You got to play him. They don't care. Evan Ingram, you could sit the bench if they find a Kenyon Sadiq. If they're able to get that upgrade that they want as the move tight end, Kenyon Sadiq, Eli Stowers, whatever, then they'll do that. If they go out and get an Isaiah Likely. Right now, the rumblings at the Combine, you're hearing, I think Jordan Schultz, I think Kev might have shared that from Jordan Schultz, like, hey, Isaiah Likely is a player a lot of teams are talking about behind the scenes. Yeah. Don't really need to tweet about that to know that Isaiah Likely would be that guy, but this is what's happening right now. So you're looking at that room, you're saying, hey, David Njoku would look really good here. You know what? Isaiah Likely would look really good here. That's where the Broncos are trying to assess the situation, and Sean can't help himself. He always throws in little stuff like this, so I'm glad that your radar's going because my radar's going, and anytime Sean says something like that, first off, I've seen the future, and Adam Troutman's going to be back. They're going to re-sign Adam Troutman. That's the lamest thing of all time. They're going to do it. It's going to happen. That's not even an issue. It's what happens with Evan Ingram. They might straight up be replacing Dre Greenlaw and Evan Ingram. And to that, I say good. If you got Dre Greenlaw last year and he didn't work and you move on this year, fine. If you got Evan Ingram last year and he didn't work out and you move on from him this year, fine. Yeah. Results-based business.
That's right.
You do what works. And not to go barnyard psychology, Dr. Phil, but like, hey, Evan Ingram, how'd that work out? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, how do your comments work out? How does your non-route adjustment work out? Like, how do you fit on this team? You didn't fit for an entire season.
I would say this for both Greenlaw and Ingram, and I know we're highlighting Ingram, but Dre fits into this conversation.
Yeah.
How are we not through the freaking roof right now, over the moon, that the Denver Broncos have standards and expectations once again? That's what Sean Payton has delivered for us. And now Bo is going to take that next step and run with it, and hopefully sooner rather than later, he's delivering on that promise to take the Broncos to a Super Bowl. The Broncos are a prestigious organization in the NFL, and they will be forever, especially if GP's running the show. And when you have standards and expectations and those are not met, I don't give a damn who you are, what's owed to you, and if I can upgrade, you're out. This is about the Denver Broncos, not the Evan Ingrams, not the Dre Greenlaws. Full disclosure, I don't really care about those guys at all.
Yeah.
If you can't help my team, well, then get the hell up out of here. I think we should all be over the moon that there's a standard and an expectation, and now we have two guys that were big hits a year ago at this time that didn't meet standard and expectation, and we get to talk about not only them having the money, but the right general manager, head coach, and owner to say, you didn't meet my standard or expectation, and now you can't work here anymore.
Yeah, and it's the thing. Like, you don't want to be the guy that sticks out on this roster. It's a Super Bowl roster, and you're a guy that's well paid and you're not producing, you're not standing out, you won't be here very long. This isn't the we're stuck with you Broncos.
No.
This is the you're not championship level. Bye. Here's a bunch of money. Go away. That's what we're at. And I think, to quote Lana from Archer, 2 times, fool. I love it. I think Stokes should do that. Stokes probably never seen Archer at all ever in his life.
Lana, I'm like, where are we going here?
Yeah, right. But like, if Stoke watched Archer, he would be saying that to his lovely wife all the time. Lana!
I got to send him a clip of that later.
To quote Archer, and to quote Lana from Archer, 2 times, fool. I think you're getting 2 tight ends this year. You're getting one in the draft and one in free agency. Now, where are those at? Are you spending big in free agency? Are you taking a first-round tight end? Are you doing both? It's worth a conversation.
By the way, Kevin did let us know. You said it. Kenyon Sadiq was talked to by the Broncos.
Yes.
He's one of 6. So 5 other tight ends in the first couple of days in Indianapolis have already sat down and had a conversation with the Denver Broncos. So just like we said, when there's smoke, there's fire at inside linebacker, these mocks and these allotted interviews, same sort of deal here with tight ends and the Broncos doing their homework out at the Combine. They know they need help. George Payton said it a year ago. He's like, man, trying to find this joker is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, right? Paraphrasing what he said, but trying to find that guy for Sean, and you're still on that search. One of our texters says, Evan Ingram's depth of pass was 4.36 yards per pass.
Okay.
He said, that's so poopy it even amazes me. And he didn't say poopy. So, yeah, man, it's like I said, there's a standard here now. This team is on the doorstep of a Super Bowl.
Yep.
And if you can't perform, you can't help Bo Nix take the next step, well, sit your ass down, and they're going to find somebody that can.
And if you can't produce when this team's in a Super Bowl window, bye. Bye, Felicia. See ya, Pollyanna. Whatever movie coach you want. Use them all. And just find the best players to make plays. That's it. That's all I care about. You got Bo Nix. And as long as you've got Bo Nix, you have to be maximizing everything. And if you're not up to the standard, you're not meant to be a Denver Bronco. The standard is back, and it's different now.
Yes, that's exactly right. Same texter said, I guess the standard was 4.36 yards. That's 37 out of 37. Tight end ranking right there.
Oh, my God.
You're doing our homework for us there, 289. We appreciate that. All right, let me give you a reminder about our Super Fan Send-Off contest going down. We're looking for the biggest wrestling fan in the tribe. We're going to give you a chance to get to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. That's what the Superfan Send-Off is all about. Hat tip shout out to 303 Law 4040 for putting it together. If you win, you're going to get a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for you and your guests from Denver to Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and how about $500? Little merch, little concessions on us, a $500 Visa gift card. It could all be yours. To get more information on the contest and to enter, go over to DenverSports.com/superfan. That's DenverSports.com/superfan. All right, Cecil, let's check our X. I got a couple of things that I want to talk about with you. A fun, your 4 favorite restaurants in a city question. And we didn't get to it this week, but I want to make some room for it. Idea of new NFL rules. We'll see if you like any of these coming up next.
Should upgrading the running back room be the top priority for Sean Payton this offseason?
This is not some Christian McCaffrey deal, but it's also not some bargain shopping. It's somewhere in between. You need to address this with a heavy hand. Breece Hall represents that. He's number 1 on my free agent big board.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
This February, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports.
Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your X.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that X.
Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, are you on Team Gets It? Want to hang out, chat on Twitter after our regular business hours of 10 to 2? Hit us up on social media. I'm at Joshua Dover. He is at Cecil Lammy. Come hang out over there. This was making its rounds on Twitter this week, and we just hadn't dove deep into it, but the UFL, that's going to come back at some point this spring. They've got some new rules, and the whole world goes, well, should the NFL do this? Like, give a team 4 points for a field goal if it's further than 60 yards. You like that rule change from the UFL?
Yeah, I mean, it's kicking. They did the dynamic kickoff, and I've never been really interested in kickoffs because they were so boring because it's just a touchback or whatever. And now, as Sean Payton alluded to, there's 1,000 more special teams plays.
Right.
1,000 more kickoff returns because of that.
But the tush push is dangerous, so chill, dude.
Sure, of course. Player safety, right? It's all player safety.
Exactly.
For me, it's whatever. I don't want to see a bunch more 60-yard field goals, but, it's something a little bit more exciting. Sure, I guess.
That's what teams or the leagues want, more points on the board, and that's a way to do it. 1 foot in bounds, they're basically just going back to the college rule. They're also eliminating the tush push. Now, this one I can kind of get behind. No punting inside the 50-yard line. Is this just the Madden rule here? No punting inside the 50-yard line. No punts will be allowed from anywhere inside the opponent's 50-yard line unless it's in less than 2 minutes until the end of the half or for the end of game because you're trying to play the actual field position game. That one, I might be willing to adopt at the NFL level.
The problem with that is like a punt, let's say you're like right inside the 50 or whatever. A punt like that where you can get a coffin corner or something, that is a skill play. A skilled punter. And, hey, we can take issue with some of the rookie decisions they made last year. Jeremy Crawshaw was a great pick.
Yeah, he was.
Great pick. And you and I were both like, punter? What? But, yeah, Crawshaw was a great pick. So I kind of, again, special teams, make it a little bit more exciting, see what people think.
All right. Well, just some rule changes that are coming in the UFL that you'll see if you watch that league this spring.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
All right, I have just a fun one to ask you. I saw this on the internet. I'm like, all right, this is great for Check Your X.
Sure.
And it's a photo, and I'll show you, and you're going to know all the regular suspects. So basically every fast food joint you could think of.
Right.
But you only get to pick 4 that are in your city.
Okay.
So basically the 4 that you're going to eat forever. What would be your top? IHOP's included here.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the first logo I saw. You're like, you know these logos. I'm like, IHOP. IHOP. There's one of my tweets I liked yesterday. Men deserve women who are loyal, freaky, and make pancakes with them. So it's like, yes, pancakes, loyal, freaky. That's my tweet. Somebody stole my tweet.
I'm going Taco Bell.
Of course.
Rep the brand.
Yeah.
I got to get a little White Castle in my life. I wish they had them here because they are delicious. So you give me some Taco Bell, you give me some White Castle, you give me Wendy's. It's mostly for the missus because she freaking loves Wendy's.
Okay.
And I'm looking at it. It's on the description. And who doesn't want a little ice cream? Give me some Cold Stone Creamery after that. Taco Bell, White Castle, Wendy's, and Cold Stone. That's what I'm rolling with.
I'm going IHOP, Waffle House. You notice the trend there. Do you have syrup? Do you have syrup? Yeah.
I'm trying to find another breakfast joint for you.
Hey, just give me a Village Inn, Denny's. Done.
Okay, all right. Have you ever had Long John Silver's?
It's been a while. Yeah, a long while.
They're huge.
I didn't think they were open anymore.
There's still one in Indiana. Well, in Seymour, where my family is.
Yeah.
Hush Puppies, dude, next level stuff.
Okay.
So that might be an honorable mention for me. Is a little Long John.
If I could have
Silver
breakfast every meal of the day, I'd be fine.
Yeah, I like that about you. I like that.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
All right, Cease, what's happening on your Twitter?
Metallica's good at the Sphere. Metallica's at the Sphere.
Did you see some of the pictures?
I saw some of the prices.
Oh, really? What were those?
Yes. So some of the prices are coming out. Tickets, I believe, go on sale February 27th. I'll scroll past these Latina baddies so I can look at it. Many ticket options for Metallica at the Sphere. And they're saying the 300 level is the best spot because if you're on the floor, you're too close. You know, you're right there by the band, but you don't get to enjoy like the entire Sphere. So they're saying the 300 level is where you're at. It looks like Metallica Legacy members, March 2nd. Metallica 5th members, March 2nd. Ticketmaster presale, March 3rd. I thought there was a February one. Maybe not. Anyway.
So you're going to be like in a Metallica club and get early access?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're saying 100 level, too close. 300 level is the money spot for that. And some of the prices... $1,077 for both Thursday and Saturday night, and the 300 and 400 levels with 3 nights at the Venetian.
Damn. I guess if you get in the hotel room,
you're getting 3
terrible.
nights at the Venetian. You're getting 2 Metallica nights. $1,000.
That's actually a pretty good deal.
It's not bad.
And I mean, at least for us, because who cares
now,
about
again, I don't know if these
are
are official, whatever. I'm just reading this tweet from Whiskey Fever. So thank you, Whiskey Fever.
It's got to be real.
But yeah, so earliest ticket sales are this Friday, February 27th. Morning if you purchase a travel package with Vibey. I don't know what Vibey is.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's when you can purchase these packages, and it looks like, you're selling 2 Metallica nights and then nights at a hotel. There is further up, 4,717 for both Thursday and Saturday in the Snake Pit with the 3 nights at the Venetian and other VIP perks.
So the Snake Pit's right there in front. You're going to be like, you could touch them.
Yeah,
if
but
you
the 300 level for $1,000?
And dude, there's not a bad seat. I've been to the Sphere, not for a show. We went and watched the little movie thing they were doing about Planet
Earth. Yeah.
And it was sick. And we were up top too, but not a bad seat in the house. I'm imagining, like when I was watching Planet Earth, it'd be like the leaves were blowing in the wind, and then they hit you with the wind, and then like the little rain, and you'd feel a little spray, and you're like, "Whoa, somebody gleek on me." It's a great spot, and I can only imagine what they're gonna do with Metallica and the lightning and all this. It's gonna be. If you're a Metallica fan, Cecil, this is like a must for you.
I know, and I've seen Metallica so many times. I'm like, I don't really need to see Metallica again. Except
you got to go to the Sphere, dude.
They're at the Sphere.
Yeah.
So yeah.
The Sphere is, even if it's not for a concert.
I can't stop working yet. I have to keep working because I want Metallica tickets. My daughter got a second job, and I'm proud of her for that.
That's just in the Lammy DNA, bro.
Exactly. So I was like, yep, just like all of us. I said, why? What was the impetus? Because she's working 7 days a week, is Katerina, and she's like, I want to go see BTS. Okay.
Is that the Korean?
Yeah. We sent her there, or we went as a family on her 16th birthday to Chicago because they don't ever come to Denver. So I don't know if she wants to go back to Chicago to see BTS or whatever. But yeah, so it's like, wait, you got a second job, not to like pay me back or anything. You got a second job so you could go see BTS, K-pop. Okay.
You're like, you got a second job? Wow, you're gonna start paying rent. It's great. No, I need a flight.
No.
For concert tickets.
Going to
Pops.
BTS.
Get out of here with that nonsense.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
Can I get a quick update real quick?
Yes.
Text line. Shout out to him. There is a Long John Silver's in Westminster.
What?
136 and I-25. There's only 2
is
hours
that the
from
last
your house.
one?
But
Right. But is that the last one?
That's what the texts are saying, yeah. I will be in Westminster on Saturday, so I will already be in the area.
Okay.
Yes.
You're going to have to check it out for your hush puppies there.
I'll report back. Okay, sorry. I stepped on
Okay.
your toes.
Respectful Meme says, my dental plan is I guess I'll just chew on this side of my mouth from now on. I thought about that. I've been there. As someone who's had some dental work, needs more dental work, by the way. But it's like, sometimes it's like that. You know what I mean? I remember being, I think 21 is when I first needed a root canal. And I was like, what's wrong? Like, I guess I'm just going to chew over here now because that side hurts.
I wonder, is this a male trait? We need some tribe ladies to let us know because I will do the same thing. Now, my teeth, I grew up with dentists in the family, and my auntie is what is it called? They clean your teeth? I don't know.
Dental assistant or something? Or
maybe.
Hygienist?
Hygienist, that's what it is.
Okay, hygienist, yeah.
And so, like, I go to her to get my teeth cleaned and make sure everything's taken care of, but I want to know, like, if I hurt something, and it's even a suggestion from the missus or somebody in the family, like, you should go to the doctor. I'm like, let's wait another 48 hours and see where I'm at in 48 hours. Is that just a man thing? Because we're stupid? Because you're saying the same thing, basically, like, yeah, my teeth are all jacked up, but I just won't use them. I'll do the same thing with my knee. I'm like, left knee's jacked up. I'll just stay off of it.
I'll just dribble to the right. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm not going to do that. I think that's just a guy thing, right?
I think it is.
Unless you grow up in a family with dentists, I think that's just what we do. It's like, I don't want to, I got other stuff doing. Like, I don't want to go to the dentist. It's not as bad now being old and taking better care of my grill. Like, it's not as bad as we all think it is. And I'm deathly afraid of needles. I've had multiple shots in my mouth now.
Those are the worst.
Yeah. But it's like also at the same time, I'm like wrestle with the nurse afraid of needles. That's how afraid of needles I am.
Wow.
Right.
So you ain't getting no damn tattoos. You could probably get, I
was going to say, I ain't getting no damn shot.
You could take care of some of your fears.
But I got shots in the mouth, and it was fine. So,
dude, a shot in the mouth is nothing compared to a tattoo. That shot in the mouth is
okay.
Way worse.
Then I could get some ink then.
Way worse.
There you go.
Yeah, that is.
We get Kev, the Carrie Underwood, or Bo Nix tattoo.
Yes.
That we pay for. It has to be on his chest, though. Has to be a portrait of Bo Nix and or Carrie Underwood.
He's holding up the Lombardi trophy. That's on Kevin's neck. That's what I want. Kevin, you're never going to get a tattoo.
Are you in?
I'm never getting a tattoo.
We're paying.
You buy me dinner.
I don't want to buy you dinner. I want to buy you a tattoo.
Wait, dinner to get a tattoo or dinner instead of a tattoo?
Dinner instead of the tattoo.
No. We pay for it. You get ink.
I don't want a tattoo.
What if it's a small little Broncos jersey with the number 10 on it?
Ooh, that's intriguing.
See?
But no.
I think after a few pops, we could probably get him in a chair.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see. We got to put Elway and Payton on there.
Fine.
We can't put Bo by himself. We got to get the other two heroes on there too.
Yeah.
Looks like your lower back's going to be full.
You got 3 tramp stamps, girl.
3 retired numbers.
Who gets the middle, though? That's the question.
No answer.
Hey, right above your crack is a special spot.
All right, that's what's on our timeline. Oh, another Long John Silver. There's one in Greeley, too. So Greeley and Westminster, shout out
Greeley.
Bubba giving us the information right there. Good stuff. Always having fun when we check our X every day at 11:45. All right, we are going to talk with our buddy Mike Kliss coming up at 12:15. Before we get there, let's look back at what the Avalanche did last night. Scored on the power play. Got a win without Nathan McKinnon. Are there changes now with this Avs roster because of that? And the Nuggets didn't even need clutch time to beat the Celtics last night. We'll talk about what kind of standard they set coming up next.
After another underwhelming season from the tight end room,
Should the Broncos bring in another dynamic playmaker?
Cade Otton is a guy that I really like, that I really think can play, and that I think would be one of those guys that provides duality for you as an offense, something that you really haven't had. He's a threat in the passing game, but like I said, a willing participant when it comes to blocking.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I lost 60 pounds with SodaWeightLoss.com, and I'm telling you, the weight came off in a natural way. It was simply fantastic to see that scale go down every single week until I hit my goal and even lost a little bit more weight after the goal because it feels great, man. Nothing tastes better than being fit and healthy, and that's where I think SodaWeightLoss.com. I joined Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Down 60 pounds a few years ago, and I'm never going back. You can join SodaWeightLoss.com. Call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. That's 1-866-800-SODA. Soda does it better than anyone else. It's fast, easy, convenient weight loss with no hunger and no guesswork. I look and feel 10 years younger, and I thank SodaWeightLoss.com. So check them out online at SodaWeightLoss.com, S-O-T-A weightloss.com. SodaWeightLoss.com is, say it with me, state of the art.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that, cools up to 8 times faster, and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Men, we all know how important sex is in a relationship, both for you and your partner. But erectile dysfunction ruins sex, which can often have serious impacts on your relationship as well. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, you understand the impacts it has on you and the one you love. But I'm here to tell you that ED is a treatable condition, and almost without exception, you can have really good sex again. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men with protocols that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, good sex will be the norm. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a level of intimacy for you and your partner that might just astound you both. It's time to have really good sex again. So call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait. And don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan presents
our third hour, lunchtime. Hanging out with you till 2 o'clock. That's when Zach By, Philip Lindsay get in here. They're the drive, and those boys are going to take you home. We're going to have a conversation with Mike Kliss, our 9 News Broncos insider, in about 13 minutes from right now. Do want to look back at what went down last night between the Nuggets and Celtics, and then, of course, the Avs and the Mammoth. Still think that's a stupid name, but they lost. So
yeah, just Utah.
Just Utah.
I refuse to call them the Mammoth.
Just Utah. That's actually what we're just calling now, is just Utah. We'll get to an Avs conversation real quick back on the Denver Nuggets. They got it done without a Jamal Murray. He was sick, real sick. One of our texters earlier said that dude looked green in the layup line. And yeah, he tried to fight through it. There was a moment it had to be in the first quarter because he didn't play anywhere after. I know you saw it, Cecil. Of course, back cut. Nicole is going to find you. Bounce pass to Jamal. He didn't even have the lift to dunk it. Couldn't get it over, made the shot.
Yeah.
And even Payton Watson was like, what? What's going on there? And had a little laugh about it. But
hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Just not himself by any means. And they needed some other guys to step up. And I think Julian Strother making a real big floater late. He didn't score a bunch of points, but 2 of them, man, were real big with that floater in the fourth quarter. You see a guy like Spencer Jones come in and get 26 minutes. Again, he didn't do anything great scoring, but gives you 6 points and 7 rebounds.
Had 3 fouls in about 3 minutes.
A really solid defender. And, of course, we know what guys like Jonas Timmy Bruce can. He struggled shooting the ball last night, but had a real big dunk in that basketball game. I think that this was the best version of the Denver Nuggets overall. Like if you say, hey, are you going to play offense? Are you going to play defense? What's it going to look like with your rebounding, your facilitating, all of the things encompassing into a basketball game? I think we probably saw the most complete version of the Denver Nuggets, and that's without Aaron Gordon, without Peyton Watson, and without Jamal Murray last night against the Boston Celtics.
And that's without efficient shooting. So this Mountain Dew is for you, Denver Nuggets, because they weren't efficient, yet they still won, and they won by a convincing fashion. We had talked about it yesterday in previewing the game of, like, can they just go out there and show that they're the better team and not have a, fourth quarter collapse? Can they not let you down in crunch time? Does it have to be crunch time? No, it doesn't. And they proved that last night. They can go out there and, yes, play defense, everybody. The Denver Nuggets, I think the most alarming thing, and it is alarming, they play defense. Mm-hmm. They closed out on three-pointers. It's why the Celtics didn't stop shooting threes. They just weren't making threes because of Denver's defense.
I mean, you think about it was kind of a drag it out. Both sides were playing some solid defense. Really, neither side was making a bunch of jump shots. But you watch the Boston Celtics score 48 points in the first half and then only score 36 points in the second half. Why didn't it go to a clutch time game? Because the Nuggets played better defense in the second half, and they were playing some really good defense in the first half. They stepped it up even more. And they held the Boston Celtics to 28% from the three-point line, 35% from the field overall. And again, yes, they were missing some shots, but that's because they weren't butt naked wide open the way they were the last time these guys were out on the hardwood over the weekend. They just had more effort. That's as simple as it is. They tried more. They cared more about their defensive ability last night.
They hustled.
Yeah.
The hustle plays. Cam Johnson had hustle plays out there. Some offensive rebounding, some three-pointer, of course, with Cam Johnson from the arc, but it's infected to everybody. So that kind of us against the world mentality, Jamal goes down, and that's even more so there with this team. And so you appreciate seeing that. You want to see more of that better defensive effort. Can this continue going forward? That's a big question mark. My answer is, can it continue against the good teams? Because now they're only 2-7 with teams that are above them in the overall standings. 2-7.
That's not good.
For a team that has designs of being there in the NBA Finals, even though they lost 20 games before they won 40. So, kind of the math nerds are like, yeah, that's not going to happen. Well, it can happen, and David Adelman said as much. He said, we're in this position because of our offense. If we want to do special things this year, which means championship, you have to play better defense. And I love that this night, that this game against a good Celtics team, themselves banged up, but against a good Celtics team, can emphasize to that team, not to Big Fella, but to everybody else of hey, we can play good basketball, convincing basketball against good teams, here, away, whatever, we'll get it done, and the defensive effort can be there. So I think that's a big message for David Adelman, and I'm certainly proud of what the Nuggets did last night.
Look, I'm down to go with your rule. Can they have that sort of effort on both ends against the good teams? I just went and looked at the final 23 games.
Some good teams there.
14 of the 23 is what you would consider good. My standard is just a playoff team or fighting for a playoff spot here.
Right.
And even some of them, I'm like, all right, the Memphises, the Portlands, you're not going to, the Phoenixes, you don't really count. Utah, certainly not. But 14 out of the 23 that they're going to play are teams that will be in the postseason, either on the Eastern Conference or the Western Conference. So you showed us that it was there last night.
Yeah.
Here you go. And these 14 games that are going to come up, I'm not going to say you get a free and clear pass from the other 7 or so, but you get a little bit more of a break against those teams because of what they do not bring. But in these 14, I would like them to see. I would like to see them play with this sort of effort on the defensive end. They're not going to keep teams under 100 every night.
Right.
But it's just that effort. It's closing out. It's, again, if the ball's popping around the perimeter and you're chasing it, getting there at a reasonable time so that you don't leave Nikola Jokic on an island to get exposed.
Much like the Avs winning gritty or greasy or whatever you want to say, I like that the Nuggets won in a different way as well. So it's not just like, hey, Joker, go do everything.
Yeah.
He didn't have a great night shooting. He still came through in the box score, but that wasn't his best night. It wasn't his most efficient night. But they won in different ways, even without Jamal. So I think there's a lot of positives to take away. Not, making wholesale changes or wholesale changes of expectations, but just, hey, man, that's a sign. You played a really good team. You got them. So go out there, kind of match that effort defensively, see if you can do it again.
Big win last night. Coach Adelman did talk about him having to coach through all the injuries that they're dealing with right now.
The group seems really locked in, not just to me, but the assistant coaches, player development, our training staff. It's just a really good group of people. When you have a job like mine, you just do it the best you can. You be as honest as you can with these guys, because the whole point of this is to help them succeed. And if they succeed, we all succeed. So that's how I look at it. When they tell me I can't do it anymore, I don't do it anymore. But while I'm here, I'm just going to, like I said, just be brutally honest with them, try to keep a good vibe in that locker room. And those guys have really responded.
You see that part about him being brutally honest, and like, even if you don't want to hear it, I'm going to share it.
Right.
That's, I think, something that DA has over what Malone didn't have.
Malone would just be like, you're soft.
Yeah. And Malone would cater to the room a lot. He'd think me calling you out is catering, and then me not saying something is catering, instead of just giving the reality of the situation and having an adult discussion about it.
I love that.
I do too.
I love that kind of style from Coach Adelman. We talked about good cop, bad cop. Does he need to be a little bit more bad cop, or does he just need to be honest cop? Hey, you're driving 20 over the speed limit. I'm giving you a ticket. You know what I mean? Like, just honest cop. Just regular, straight up, tell him the truth, DA. And he does that, and they responded last night. So let's see it going forward.
By the way, before we get into our Avs conversation,
Sure.
before we talk to Klissy, we're wondering about if guys try to ride it out longer because we're stupid.
With our dental stuff?
Luis from Denver. I work at a dental clinic. Definitely a guy thing. Not surprised that women live longer than men.
Okay, there you go.
Imagine some of the gross stuff he sees in dudes' mouths. Oh,
yeah.
That's this. I get embarrassed going into my aunt, and she's like, "When's the last time you flossed?" I'm like, "Who's asking?" You were the dentist. And then she's like, "Me." And I'm like, 6 months, last time you did it. The dentist comes. I'm like, "I flossed yesterday." So I'm glad to know we were right that it is all about the fellas. All right, quickly on the Avs side of it, which we'll spend some more time on because I want to dive deeper into this power play conversation.
Yeah.
But they went 1 for 3 on the power play last night. Cale McCarr talked about getting that power play goal off the stick of Marty Netches.
Yeah, I loved it. I felt like we had some good opportunities in zone. I think we just got to continue to build it. I think the break was good. Obviously, we all went our separate ways, and it's cool. You learn a lot of different things and different guys you play with, so a lot of stuff we'll bring back and talk about. But really like the patience that we showed tonight with the puck, in zone especially, good support, and I think that resulted in a goal there, so good.
Okay, a couple things there. One, latter part, he's saying we showed some patience with the puck.
I like that.
Maybe that goes to you and I disagreeing a little bit on the McKinnon thing of like, hey, we got to get it to 29. 29's got to have it on his stick. And then the other thing, a point you made earlier, we all went our separate ways. We all went and played hockey with some different guys. I think we can take something from that and have conversations here. We thought that would be the case, and now we get the proof from Cale.
Yeah, it is the case. So thank you, Cale, for revealing that. And with this Avs team, go out there and continue to win in multiple different ways. And that's what you love to see. And first off, Wedgie standing on its head.
He was
we got to give more praise to Scott Wedgwood and everything that he does. Mackenzie Blackwood in net tonight against the Wild. So this game tonight, I think there's a lot more takeaways than we can take away from a Utah team that I will refuse to call the Mammoth that completely gave up. I mean, you talk about waving the white flag in the third period. That's what they did. So second period was where the action was. Third period is when the other team gave up. Avs did their thing, and they did it without Nathan McKinnon. So that was different, and it's great to see the depth on display. It's great to see Kulak in his first game with the Avs fit in, and he fit in by not being real visible. So that's a good thing. Also, I believe he had the most ice time for 5v5.
For all defensemen, yeah.
Yeah. So good job, new guy.
He's somebody I mean, it's one game, but it's like, hey, you trust Brett Kulak? Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
After one game.
Yeah, I mean, do you trust him completely? Yeah.
I mean, dude, this is a guy that he's been in the last couple Stanley Cup finals. He's been to 3 and lost. You don't think there's some energy, some extra juice there?
Yeah.
We said this about Marty last year, and it came, I guess, kind of the same time frame. But it's like these guys that are hungry for the cup have also done it. And now you get this extra juice of a guy that's like, yo, I'm hungry for a cup, and I've lost 3 of those things to tell you how that can feel. That's just little extra juice in that room that maybe this team needs.
Yeah, that the team needs, and certainly guys in with different rotations. Like you love to see it fitting right in and playing your game, playing your style, which is physical and efficient hockey.
Yeah, tonight, Minnesota's a big one. Obviously, they're chasing you. You still have the couple of games in hand, but tonight's a 4-point hockey game. You get the 2 points, you take the 2 away from them, or vice versa if it goes completely wrong. But tonight is a major, major matchup with a good Minnesota team that, by the way, was just chilling in their hotel room in Denver last night when you were on an airplane at 2 a.m. getting back to your house to rest for this one. So backs up against the wall a little bit, but this is what they do. And you got to get the 2 points to keep them out of it. Minimum, you got to take away at least a point from this game to keep yourself separated from Minnesota and Dallas.
Well, I think that we saw Olympic rust with those penalties. Certainly, we had Manson tripping, we had Gabe tackling a guy, right? The penalties are one thing. Now they killed him, right?
Yeah.
5 of 6, but still, like, all right, that to me is just rust. I don't think that's a sign of like they're undisciplined. Like, no, it's just a little bit of Olympic rust. Clean it up, go out there, and all eyes on 29.
Yeah.
All eyes on Nathan McKinnon. Are we about to see the Incredible Hulk out there? You don't like him when he's angry, and he's going to be angry.
By the way, another quick hockey note. I don't know if you saw the Devils and Sabres. I didn't watch the game, but I saw the moment. The Devils obviously want to honor Jack Hughes, so they bring him out, and he's waving to the crowd. He's the hero. Everybody loves him. He's an American icon. And then he goes over to the Sabres bench as they were playing the Sabres. And I believe it was Tage Thompson who he went out and got, who also was on the USA team. And then the Devils fans are acknowledging both a Sabre and a Devil as USA gold medal members. It was a really cool moment. And they're just literally skating around, waving at people, taking in the cheers. It was cool.
Yeah.
Cool
and did you see on the Miracle of Ice movie, one of the players that was cut that didn't make that 1980 team was Jack Hughes?
No way. I did not notice that.
Yeah, the universe
works in mysterious ways.
Glitch in the old Matrix.
All right, outstanding stuff. We're going to get back to that because, like I said, I want the tribe to be in on our power play conversation, what to do or not to do tonight with Nathan McKinnon. But let's get to the hotline where we find our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Had to call a little bit of an audible, but still joining us on a Thursday, thanks to our friends over at Fitness Gallery. Mike, we want to jump right into it, man. And we got the big news this week about Sean Payton giving up play calling duties. That was the big news of the Combine for Broncos fans. So I want to ask you, what does that mean for Sean on game day? What will he be doing?
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of coaches out there that don't call plays. Bill Belichick didn't call plays. Mike McDonald does call defensive plays. I'm trying to think. John Fox didn't call plays.
Yeah.
So, your administrator is what you become. I'm sure he'll observe the game and maybe have a little more fresh mind, open mind, less cluttered mind when it comes to timeouts. He does a good job of that anyway. Just the overall nuances of the game he'll pay attention to. And like he said, I think he's going to be heavily involved still in offense, both in the game planning and in, play calling on game day. I asked him if this means, Davis Webb's going to be more aggressive than Sean is. And he said, no, because he's still going to do what I want him to do on game day. So, so that tells you right there, it's still going to be quite a bit of Sean's ball distribution offense.
Mike, what can you tell us about the Robert Livingston hire? Kind of came out of nowhere for us. You're much more embedded with that team, but that was like, oh, all of a sudden the Broncos have hired Robert Livingston. Okay.
Yeah, they were in there he was in a couple weeks ago. They'd been talking to him. It was sensitive with Dion and everything. I think he just wanted to go back. From what I understand, he just wanted to get back to the NFL. He was with the Bengals for 12 years. And, you got and at the time he was a safeties coach. He was never getting moved up anywhere to defensive coordinator. Colorado got him gave him the opportunity to be a coordinator. And he did really well his first year of 2024. But then you kind of saw where the program was going there, guys, after Shador and Travis Hunter left. Mm-hmm. I mean, it really nosedived. You got the NIL. How good are you going to be if you can't really and if you don't really compete in the NIL? Dion's name by itself isn't drawn. It's drawing a couple people still, but not like it used to. And I think he just wanted to get back to the NFL. Then, and the safety defensive back coach job opened up when Leonard left. And, that's one of the premium position coaches. So you get paid pretty good there. And I would think it pays better, defensive back coach in the NFL than defensive coordinator does at Colorado. So, he's a young guy with a young family. I think, those are all the factors right there.
We're talking with our buddy Mike Kliss, our 9 News Broncos insider, joining us every Thursday. You were standing front row for it, Mike, so I'll ask you, did you get the impression that George Payton thinks RJ can be their RB1, or was he just saying the right things at the Combine?
I think both. I mean, he does think that eventually Harvey can be an RB1, but he's not there yet. And this team is on the doorstep of the Super Bowl, of winning it all. And they need guys that are there now. You can't hope. You need guys that are there now. If this was a 6-10 team or a 6-11 team, maybe you go forward with Harvey as your top guy. But you need another guy, kind of like Dobbins. If they re-sign Dobbins and they want to, I would think it's 1 year and, I don't know if they go $5 million or not. I know Dobbins is probably hoping for way more than $5 million. But if they can't do that, then they'll go in the market and get another running back. That'll be interesting to see what they do. I think I wouldn't be surprised if they swing big at running back. As Kenneth Walker, he hasn't been tagged yet, has he?
I don't believe so. No.
Yeah, I know. They still got a couple weeks on that, but Kenneth Walker, Travis Etienne, those are two of the bigger. Dottle, those are the three big names right there. Dottle's been out there a couple times before, and the Broncos weren't interested though. So really, the two that you got to wonder about are Kenneth Walker and Etienne. One of those guys would be nice to go along with Harvey.
Well, we know Broncos Twitter is super excited, Mike Kliss, because they talked to Kenyon Sadiq, and he said it'd be awesome to play with Bo Day. Okay, Kenyon Sadiq at 30 may not be a pipe dream. I don't think he's there at 30, but still,
right.
Okay, they talked to Kenyon Sadiq. Mike, break it down.
Yeah, he's the number one joker, right? And the Broncos. I guess they're back in the joker market. We'll see what they do with Evan Ingram, but they're wanting some. Even last year after they signed, this was peculiar to me. Even after they signed Ingram to 2 years and $23 million, a month later they tried to draft another tight end, more of a dual, a two-way tight end. Terrence Ferguson from Littleton here.
Yeah.
They wanted to draft him in the second round. All the guys they had their eyes on went off the board before they picked at number 51. Then they traded back, I think twice, and took Harvey. So they want another one. That doesn't mean that Ingram's gone, but they definitely want another joker type. And Sadiq, probably, this is not a great tight end class like last year. Last year you had Colston Loveland and Warren. Sadiq's not as good as either one of those two. But he's pretty good. I think they compare him a little bit to Ingram, don't they? As far as a pass catcher. So, yeah, they're looking at him. He was a smart kid, intelligent kid, you can tell. He wore the glasses, so he looked really intelligent. The glasses are always the IQ look. And but he and they also looked at Max Clare, the Ohio State tight end. They had a formal visit with him too, and he's projected as a second or third round guy. So they're thinking about getting one if they don't get one in free agency. I think Goddard and Dawson Knox, if he's a cap casualty by the Bills, which a lot of people think, those are, it'll depend what they do there. That's the whole draft thing is something you really got to put on the back burner as soon as this combine's over, because the combine or the free agency now is about 9 days away, and the draft is still almost 2 months away. So free agency first, you fill the needs, and then you go for the draft.
Mike, when it comes to George Payton's contract extension, is it as simple as a timing thing? The calendar doesn't work right now because George is busy, and he'll get his contract extension when his busy season is over.
Well, it's the timing is interesting. They did have a conversation a couple of weeks ago, and they agreed to talk in the spring. And maybe it is what you're saying. I know his agent was tied up with John Harbaugh and filling out the New York Giants staff. But, agents take care of, Jimmy Sexton gets 6 guys signed a day. So I'm not sure how much of an excuse there. Until they get George going on contract talks, there'll be wonder about, where the Vikings put the full court press on him, because they fired their GM and haven't replaced him. They have an interim, and they still love George. And so, I do think maybe sooner rather than later they need to I don't think George is going anywhere. He loves it here. His son, Bo, I'm not sure how he did in his hockey game last night. They had a state playoff game last night. Regis did. But, I think they want to stay in Colorado. But we'll see. You gotta get it done.
Great stuff as always, Mike. We wish you safe travels getting back to the Centennial State, and we'll get to pick your brain again a week from today. Appreciate you, man.
See you guys.
There he is, Mike Kliss at Mike Kliss 9 News on Twitter. He's with us on Thursdays. He's our 9 News Broncos insider presented by Fitness Gallery. They sell the world's finest fitness equipment. All right, we'll spend some time a little bit later reacting to a few things that he just said and learning about some of their needs, wants at the draft in free agency. In the meantime, we do have to add another name to Bo's board, who we like this offseason for one, Bo Nix. This time, we're looking at a young player coming out of the college world in a draft, and it's a position of need. I like this guy. Cecil likes this guy. Even Kevin likes this guy. Will you? Find out next.
Do the Broncos need a major reset at tight end this offseason?
Give me a break on this tight end room. Seriously, get this tight end room fixed. It's time to upgrade it. We put it on the back burner long enough. Eventually, you got to upgrade this thing, and this is the offseason to do it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free? Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free? Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. What a deal.
Your new morning groove. Iced coffee from McDonald's, any size for just $1 until 11 a.m. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and $250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
When you've been hit by an 18-wheeler, there's 3 things you need to do. First, call the police and get medical care. Second, don't talk to the insurance company alone. And third, call the truck crash lawyers at Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson has 50 years of experience holding them accountable and over $50 million recovered after truck crashes. Call Berg Simpson today and let us fight for you so you can focus on healing.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with
Primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We've got another name to add to Bo's board for our off-season wants, needs, sometimes just a thought experiment. I think that's what you call it sometimes,
Yes.
Cease, which I like. Again, we're trying to mimic and mock what the Broncos and their front office, George and his team, are doing. Scouting the Broncos, looking at free agency. We scouted the rest of the AFC West a couple of weeks ago. So we're just trying to stay on the timeline that they're on as they're doing their research and their due diligence on some of these available free agents, trades that we haven't dove too deep into, but they will be coming, or in today's case, guys that are working out at the combine and will be available for the Denver Broncos in that second, perhaps third round area where somebody can help the Denver Broncos. They need help at tight end in a major, major way. Maybe he's the answer.
Here's Berlowitz to the end zone, caught. Touchdown, Vanderbilt. Eli Stowers.
28 yards to Stowers, then to Eli again, and Eli breaks a tackle. Touchdown.
The PA guy's awesome.
I love that, man. I love that. Eli Stowers, tight end Vanderbilt, man.
Big body, 6'4", 235 pounds, can probably add a little bit of weight. I will say, watching some of his film last night, the big body stands out, huge catch radius. I'm watching him dive, extend the arms, catching a football with somebody on his hip. Watch him go up and get balls with those long arms and meeting it at the high point. I also watched, and again, it's a Vanderbilt broadcast that we're listening to with some of the highlights, but they're in like a 2-minute drive, and it was at the end of a half, and I don't remember who the opponent was, but it doesn't really matter. And even the broadcaster's like, you just got to keep finding Eli. You just got to keep finding Eli.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, well, he's a big part of their offense, so much so that the guys up in the booth know what's going to come. The team, I'm assuming, game plan for the dude, and then guess what they did through that 2-minute drive? Found Eli, and then found him for a touchdown to cap it off right before the half. So the dude's a little, I don't know, like raw might not be the right word, but I think there is a path of development where he's not going to come in and immediately be this stud, but he can be a guy that's on the field and making a couple plays from time to time. And then by the back end of the first season, really that second season, he is like, okay, this Eli Stowers guy is going to be a real deal tight end in the NFL.
Yeah, at 6'3", 235, 39-inch vertical.
Oh, that's nice.
That's amazing. 11-foot, 3-inch broad jump.
Damn.
Explosion, man. Explosion. One of the things that stands out about Stowers on film is that explosion because he's going to get there. He's going to get there in a hurry, and his first 10 yards are really fast. He's like a blur out there at the tight end position, and he's an F tight end, which means he's just a receiver, but he is a willing blocker. Not a great blocker, but a willing one.
What do you say, like get in the way kind of guy?
A get in the way kind of guy. Hey, Shannon Sharp was that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Just get in his way. Don't be a liability, Evan Ingram, as a blocker. So you can take Stowers and put him in line. You can put him in the slot. You can put him out wide, and you can put him in the backfield. Is something that Vandy did there as well. So when I look at Stowers, I think of middle seam ripper. I think of a converted quarterback that knows where the soft spot in the zone is, and it's very important for receivers. I know one of our regulars, I think it was Jim in our YouTube chat, was like, hey, wasn't R.J. Harvey a quarterback, and then he didn't do it? Well, okay, I'm talking about as a receiver. As a runner, it's a different formula, but as a receiver, when you're a former quarterback, you know how you like to throw the ball, where you like to throw the ball, how you like your receivers to line up to catch the ball. Like it's there's a lot of nuance in it. Most college players just out-athlete everybody. Stowers is a guy that can out-athlete you with that freakish athletic ability, but he also has the nuance and the route development and the route intelligence, by the way, to change it based on coverage because he was on the other side throwing the ball. So he knows, like, when I square up, don't give me a side view. Square up to the line of scrimmage. Present the biggest possible target you can. Come back to the football. Like, all these little things that sound super simple, but most players and college players, certainly, they don't know that. They don't think about that.
You're just a better athlete at that level.
Exactly. You're just out-athleting guys. And he's played some good competition. He's produced against said good competition. And I like the fact that he brings that freakish speed and versatility to the field. I want 10 pounds of muscle on him because against more physical coverage, physical safeties, if they're tasked with him, a more physical linebacker that's a little more daring at the line of scrimmage, you can kind of knock him off a little bit. And I don't want that word finesse to scare you because Stowers is a playmaker and a guy with speed and with, good concentration and a guy that can help you move the chains.
Talk to me about where you have him kind of in your draft board. So 30, he'd be available, but would you go that early? 62, is he still around? Or if you waited and you're trying to get in the third round in the 90s, is he available?
I don't think he's there at 62. And Mike Kliss just told us they were looking at Terrace Ferguson last year, and I was like, oh, man.
That'd have been nice.
Oh, man. That would have been really nice.
They got Caleb Lohner.
Yeah, exactly. They'd better not wait at 62 and think that Stowers is going to be there because you have Kenyon Sadiq, the Oregon tight end, who is the number one F tight end. F means you're the receiver. Y means you're the all-purpose guy. So you have the top two Fs in this tight end class are Kenyon Sadiq, who's going to be a first-rounder, probably at 20, and then you have Eli Stowers, who is the second F tight end in this class. And there's not many. This isn't a deep draft class at the tight end position, so you got to scoop him up while you can. I don't think he's there when the Broncos pick in the second round, although I do have a second-round grade on him.
Okay. It just feels like this draft is, all right, you got defensive linemen and you got linebackers.
Yeah.
That's kind of the stacked position group.
Some safeties. Usually with safety, you're like, wow, safeties. It's a better class. The ILB class is amazing. But the ILB class being amazing and historic, that means you could wait till second or third. Jacob Rodriguez is great, and he's a second-round pick. So, tight end dries up a little faster. It's why you may emphasize that early. Is 30 too early for Eli Stowers? Yes, it is. If Kenyon Sadiq's gone, you could move up. Carolina is not moving off the pick at 19, and they take Kenyon Sadiq. I understand that, but you're not taking Stowers at 30. You could trade back into the 40s, and then that's where you're considering him. Maybe trade back again, draft him in 45, 49, something like that.
I mean, to your example, Kliss just told us that. The guy wasn't there. They kept trading back and then ultimately still got one of the guys that they were looking for.
One of the guys they wanted, which was R.J. Harvey. So this year, I like Stowers as an idea. If you want playmakers, something that Kevin Kistner talks about all the time on Bo's board. So, Kev, you've got the floor. Eli Stowers, tight end Vandy. What do you think?
Is he your 75-inch flat screen?
Curved?
I don't, not curved. I think he's just the flat screen.
He's got to have the curves.
He needs the curves.
He's got to type.
I'm still 50-50 on this.
How are you 50-50 on this playmaker?
I don't know.
You wanted playmakers. I give you a playmaker, and you turn your nose up to it.
We got to talk our way through this.
Turning your nose up to it.
I'm laying down on the couch right now in therapy. We got to talk this out. He had 500-yard games in his career in college. 3 of the 5 came. They're all at Vandy. 3 of the 5 came against SEC teams, which is good.
I like it.
His best game was at Texas. 7 catches, 146 yards, 2 touchdowns.
It's a nice day.
He won the John Mackey Award winner. You know who else has won those?
Who?
Tyler Warren.
I like him.
Brock Bowers.
He's pretty good. I don't like him, but he's good.
Twice. Trey McBride.
I like him.
Kyle Pitts. TJ Hawkinson. Mark Andrews. Jake Butt, who was supposed to be the real deal. And Hunter Henry. So, okay, yeah, really, really good tight ends have won it. He's also a smart guy. He was a quarterback. I think I could talk myself into it. Maybe the Broncos trade down from 62 and maybe get him closer to that 70 mark. I don't know, but if history shows what this guy can do, I think we could take him. I think it depends on what they do in the first round, what they do in free agency. But if he's sitting there and he's the Mackey Award winner, I would take him. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Travis Kelce, where he would just sit in the zone. I think a smart quarterback knows where the zones are. You can sit there, maybe go off script and make plays for Bo.
And that's the route adjustment, as you mentioned, that Travis Kelce does with Pat Mahomes. Listen, I don't like
That's
Travis
what made him
Kelce,
Travis Kelce,
but he might be the best tight end to ever play, and I don't even say might, because of that kind of it's almost like street ball, right? Him and Mahomes just ad-libbing out there.
He's like Mariano Rivera. I'm throwing one pitch. Travis is going out there like,
Yeah.
I'm not running
This is
around.
what I do.
I'm just going to get open. So
Let me ask you, I didn't ask you this on the draft side of it, Cease. If they get a tight end in free agency, would they still be in the first, they call it 1 through 3 rounds of getting a tight end, or do you address something else?
Now, I don't want to answer your question with a question, but tell me what kind of tight end they got.
Because
if they got David Njoku, then you're like, oh, now you need the F. If they already get the F,
what if it's Isaiah Likely, who I really like?
Isaiah Likely is a Y. He can block and catch. So then you're still in the Stowers market.
Okay. Because that kind of sounds appealing to me. If you go spend a little bit of money on one of these guys, insert the tight end that you like, and then you're still going, hey, Stowers is there, or you trade back and get him in a more friendly area, and then there's no rush to get that guy to be a playmaker on day one. Like, you want him to contribute in year one, but you're not reliant upon it.
So yes or no, Kev, Eli Stowers?
I'll go yes.
There we go.
I'll go yes.
He seems so reluctant.
Yeah.
I mean, John Mackey Award winner, whatever, freak athlete, 39-inch vertical,
on a
whatever.
list with NFL studs.
It's not curved. 39-inch vertical. It's not curved.
It's not a curved TV.
It's not curved.
Just a flat screen.
But it's 75 inches.
70.
What is the curve? Is that for video games, by the way?
I don't know.
Because I always see the guys like laying down and it's like curved over their faces. And it's mostly that JP guy, Adios Turd Nugget. Remember when he's laying down? Like, that's what I think of when Kevin says curved television.
I think it was just the newest, coolest thing when TVs came out. I don't know.
Now I want one. You've been talking about it so damn much.
Maybe we could move to projector. I don't know.
All right, Broncos country, you tell us. Eli Stowers, yay, nay? Tight end out of Vanderbilt. If it's a yay, how early would you be willing to reach for a tight end like that? Tell us on the text line, powered by Ramos Law. Hit us up over there at 303-713-1043. Throw your name on your text so we can give you some love. And also over on YouTube. Denver Sports YouTube page, click the Dover and Cecil stream, and you're in just like that. We'll react to a few of your texts when you tell us how you feel about this gentleman, and we also have to look around the NFL a little bit. Some rumors coming out of the Combine about quarterback movement. We'll share the details next.
The champ! Are you ready? Do you consider yourself a super fan? Well, now's your chance to prove it. It's Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Super Fan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040, sending you to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. A pair of 2-night event tickets, airfare, and hotel all included, plus a $500 Visa card. So get in the ring and enter now at denversports.com/superfan. That's denversports.com/superfan.
Spring weather, well, it's as unpredictable as you can get. You'll never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. And with my friends at windownation.com, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Hey, super windy out there? Not a problem when you got the right windows. And windownation.com, they measure every window 3 times to ensure a perfect fit. And their installation crews, each led by experts with over a decade of experience, finish the job in 1 day or less. You can choose from over 1,500 styles and colors, and they're all backed by a lifetime warranty. It's no wonder that windownation.com has an A+ rating with the BBB and a 96% customer satisfaction score and over 45,000 5-stars reviews. Are you kidding me? windownation.com, proud to be a part of Team Dave Logan and a corporate supporter of the Wounded Warrior Project. And as a military family, I certainly do appreciate that. And when you schedule a quote, you can even score a pair of Icon Pass 2-day sessions. So don't wait. Check them out online. Schedule your fast free estimate now at windownation.com.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Dan Jacobs of 303 Law 4040 and Jacobs Law with another cool story to share. James called 303 Law 4040, and he's like a lot of our clients, not looking to get rich, but he just didn't want to get stuck with a bunch of medical bills. So we met with James like we do all of our 303 Law 4040 clients in person, and it's a good thing we did because we noticed James did not look so good. We sent him to the hospital to get checked out, and they did wind up admitting him. In the end, we got him feeling better and $125,000. He was over the moon. He came into the office to pick up his check and rang that victory bell. And the really cool part is James surprised us with a check of his own, a donation so we could keep the best free meal in Denver coming each and every first and third Thursday. If you've been injured, you may be like James, not looking to get rich, but not sure what to do. That's why we're here to help. Just give us a call at 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here. Denver is Truck Month only at Bozarth Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet, where every new and pre-owned truck comes with a spray-in bed liner included. That's right, every new truck, every bed protected. Plus, take advantage of deeply incentivized programs on all the new and pre-owned trucks, including the new Silverado and Colorado, with offers designed for their customers to take advantage of. Work harder, play harder, drive smarter. Only at Bozarth Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet, your trusted partner in automotive.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's
talk about some of the things we're learning about, hearing about, coming out of Indianapolis with the Combine going on. So there's a couple of stories that I saw and said, okay, that's interesting. We'll figure out what that's going to look like. Two quarterback things that, one in Houston, general manager has to come out and tell people they're not going to trade CJ Stroud. So you got to come out and say that. That means there's some conversation around it. Now, look, I don't know that I'd be giving up on CJ Stroud just yet either. If I were the Houston Texans, I know it didn't work out great at the end of the year and the way he played and performed, or didn't in the postseason. But need I remind anybody how difficult it is to find a quarterback that's even serviceable, let alone somewhat good with a high ceiling? And I think that's what CJ Stroud still can be. Is he going to be a league MVP anytime soon? No, I'm never going to say that. But I think to give up on a young quarterback as the franchise has invested in after a poor performance is a mistake on their part. So they say they're not going to do it. I think that's the right move.
Yeah, and if you look at this thing, it's like, oh, okay. It's pretty bad when you have to say we're not trading our used-to-be franchise quarterback.
Right.
You can't say that about him now with C.J. Stroud based on his collapse this last year. So you're like, oh, that looks different if you're Houston. If you're doing Houston radio right now, imagine that. Our buddy Lance Zierlein down there or whatever. Like, imagine that. Hey, our franchise quarterback, they're not trading him, guys. Is that good or bad? Depending on if you're the team affiliate, what do you say?
Well, that's the thing, though. This is what, and look, fans can do this because you're just the fan and you can go crazy, and we play that role sometimes as well. But you can't just go, get rid of the guy. Okay, and then what? You going to trust in Davis Mills? I'm actually kind of high on Davis Mills, but I don't think he's better than C.J. Stroud. And you know how I know? Because he's never been the starter when C.J. Stroud arrived there.
Yeah, when C.J.'s healthy.
So, to me, okay, you want to have that conversation, then what? You can't just go, fire the guy because he sucked on that Sunday.
Right, twist it.
Well, how's that going to work out for you for the rest of the regular season?
Yeah, exactly. So, a lot of interesting quarterback stuff here. The Anthony Richardson thing.
Yeah, so they're going to let him seek a trade, says the Indianapolis Colts. Who the hell would trade for that bum?
Well, guess who?
Oh, God, who?
Minnesota.
What? Are they just going to collect bad quarterbacks? Is that what's going on?
Were you drafted in the first round and can't play football? Minnesota'd like a call. Yeah, the Vikings seem to be at the top of the list. Again, rumors.
They need a tight end, or what's going on?
Clear disclosure, rumors, rumblings that the Minnesota Vikings, they will be all in on guys that are available, like a Kirk Cousins, again, like an Anthony Richardson.
I read somewhere that Kyler Murray wants to go to Minnesota.
Yeah, I think anything right now, if it's QB, maybe that's where the C.J. Stroud rumor started, is like, could Minnesota trade for C.J. Stroud? Because anything's better than J.J. McCarthy. And I personally like J.J. McCarthy. I had a second-round grade on him. He was not worth a first-round pick. But my God, he's played such terrible football. He gets drug every time. Got that stupid 9 nickname, and then that picture where he's like, all like leaning over or whatever. Like, it's just, the internet is not kind, and it is not kind to J.J. McCarthy, and the Vikings are going to look for better competition to essentially beat him out.
Yeah, and it probably won't be that difficult.
Yeah, I think it was it our guy Peter Schrager said something about like, hey, you wonder why their GM got fired? He's the guy that said no to keeping Sam Darnold.
And then that dude goes and wins the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's and then I mean we heard all the stuff that that JJ was saying, Justin Jefferson was saying during the Super Bowl week.
Yeah,
he's not endorsing JJ McCarthy.
Yeah, and if he gets one more year like that, like I know Kev wants Justin Jefferson for the Broncos. They got one more year like that. Justin Jefferson's, or let's say by the trade deadline, they're not real good, couple wins, something like that. Justin Jefferson will force his hand.
I mean, what are we talking about?
Telling me there's a chance.
We're talking about
not until the trade deadline.
That starts
Same
at
thing.
3 first-rounders, doesn't it?
Yeah. But he's worth it, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
32, 32, 32.
There you go.
3 straight picks of 32.
There you go.
That doesn't sound too bad at all, actually. Another note that I saw coming out of the Combine is that, Mike Evans in Tampa Bay is also a free agent. And, hey, what's left in the tank for the guy? Does he want to finish out in Tampa Bay and just remain a Buccaneer? If he does not, there's some rumors that the Niners would be interested in Mike Evans. Now, is the facility still in the same place? Is Mike Evans getting a little older? Will his body break down with all the crazy nonsense that goes on there? If he's right, now that's always the million-dollar question about the San Francisco 49ers. Well, if this, and this is right, they're going to be dangerous. But if those things are right and you add Mike Evans, that puts the San Francisco 49ers right back in the Super Bowl conversation.
Yeah, and the 49ers, I mean, you got to start doing something, man. Like, we appreciate Kyle, but you got to stop being the bridesmaid, man. That's all that team is.
How much runway does he have left? You're just going to give him a free pass every year because of injuries?
Did they redo Lynch and his deal? So,
not sure.
And again, the contracts will kind of tell you how much runway he's got left. I just know from a public perception standpoint, you go real fast from being like the up-and-comer to they get somebody else, you know?
Yeah.
Could you move on? You do something different?
He's got 2 years left on his current deal.
Okay, then yeah, it's Super Bowl or bust for the 49ers this year. It kind of has to be, or else they'll be considering something else.
Man, would he turn back into he just turned into an offensive coordinator commodity? It's not like he's gone from the NFL. He might not just get the head coach title anymore.
Yeah, it's one of those things like, maybe even take some time away and then circle back around to be another head coach like Robert Saleh did. Robert Saleh is like, it's the Jets, whatever. And now, of course, he's head coach of the Titans. So he'll be a head coach again if the 49ers move on from Kyle Shanahan. I'm not sure if that includes a sabbatical, like a year away, maybe doing some TV or something, or if it includes go be an OC. I don't necessarily think that would happen with Kyle, but you never know.
Okay. By the way, Kevin, some of our loyal tribe members on the RamosLaw.com text line are telling us that the curved TVs are already out.
Oh, they're out already.
It's not the
That's
new
not
cool
the new
hip
yeah,
thing
it's not
anymore.
the new thing. I thought you were a few years behind anyway because I was like the curved TV thing.
What's the new thing?
That's a little old.
What is it? Freaking, are we at 16K now? What's going on? What's the new television?
I have no idea.
I'm due for a new television.
I mean, we just got to figure out what the new TV is.
What the
and
new
that's what
new?
I want.
Well, actually, what it is I don't know if you guys have seen it. There's the board that has the hologram. Have you guys seen basketball games on that?
No. Oh,
Yeah.
and you're looking down on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing's sick,
Where it's
dude.
like a hologram.
That rips, yeah.
That's the next technology.
So we're looking for the hologram.
Well, and there's yes, Kevin's looking for hallucinogens.
Yeah,
Kev, we got stuff for
Might
that.
be able to help.
That's all fair conversation. But yeah, so they say also. My editor for my comic book company, Max Hoven.
What's up, Max?
He says that like the next podcast, like the next thing won't be just like podcast. You're watching on YouTube. What's up, YouTube? It'll be like I'm watching Mr. Joe Rogan, and he's sitting in the room with me because I have because I have the goggles on or whatever.
Yeah.
So like the next level of your digital entertainment. One, we won't have our phones in 5 years because
Thank
everything's
God.
going to be on the glasses.
Oh,
right? So you have
worse.
everything just right there. And then when you watch a podcast, you're actually like sitting in the audience.
Really?
You're not like watching a screen. It's actually you're there.
See, I don't watch podcasts. I only do audio versions.
Okay. Yeah, you can throw it up. I all I do is watch YouTube. I watch YouTube and sports. That's it. So YouTube, you can throw it on and then, just let it play while you're doing dishes or making dinner or whatever.
I remember when Tupac's hologram was at Coachella.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, that guy's going to go on tour. I'm going to follow him around. This is going to be the greatest year of my life.
Oh, I definitely wanted it. Why aren't we doing more of that?
They should be doing
We've got
more
the
of that.
technology.
If I could pay for Tupac to perform in my backyard as a hologram, dude, I would do it every Saturday.
And instead of Tupac, we're going to get Project Bluebeam. Damn it. If you know, you know.
See, we don't know that one yet. You gotta put us on game.
Yeah, yet. I'm batting 1,000 over here, baby.
All right, let's get into our fourth and final hour. Do want to react to a couple things we learned from our buddy Mike Kliss. He talked about how interested they are in tight ends and his thoughts about how the team really views R.J. Harvey. We'll get into that next.
By trading away Sam Girard, are the Avalanche preparing to make another big move at the deadline?
Look, we got to figure out what he's going to do on the ice, but I think this is a smart move. You're getting out of a contract. You're getting out of a player that's a little bit of a liability when the postseason comes because of that size on the back end. You're getting a little bigger, and you're getting freed up money at the end of the season. I think this is a really good first move from Chris.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. Get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception we'd love to bust. You do not need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, let's make it happen. Call American Financing, Colorado's home for home loans, at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
At Belco Credit Union, we want to make your dream renovation a reality. Maybe that means a modern kitchen upgrade or a luxurious new bathroom. With Belco's Home Equity Choice line, you can get easy access to funds with the freedom and convenience of a home equity line of credit, plus the security and stability of a home equity loan. Plus, Belco is also offering low rates for qualified borrowers. Learn more at belco.org/choiceline. Belco is an equal opportunity housing lender. Belco, banking for everyone.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here. For 50-80 Exteriors, Colorado homes face more risk than ever from intense weather, including wildfire exposure. 50-80 Exteriors prioritizes fire-resistant, non-combustible, low-maintenance exterior upgrades with reliable quality installations. Protect your home with James Hardy siding, TimberTech decking, and Pella Impervia fiberglass windows, all designed to stand up to heat, weather, and time. They also offer 60 months no-interest financing. 50-80 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Replace stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Kliss in our noon segment. If you missed that on lunch, we'll reset some of the highlights here in just a second. I do want to remind everybody about our Superfan Send-Off contest going on right now. We want a tribe member to win. We want a wrestling fan in the tribe to win because this is your chance to go to Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. Superfan Send-Off presented by 303 Law 4040. If you were to win the contest, you'll get 2 pair A pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for you and your guests from Denver to Vegas, put you up in a hotel for a couple nights, and give you a preloaded Visa gift card with $500 on it for some merch, some concessions, whatever it is you want to use it on. For more information and to get signed up, you got to check our website. That's DenverSports.com/superfan. DenverSports.com/superfan. All right, see, a couple things. As I said, we got a chance to talk with our buddy Mike Kliss as he was making his way back from the Combine. And, man, he told us a couple of different things. First question was, hey, what's Sean's kind of game day role? And he said he's still going to be plenty involved in, obviously, game planning throughout the week. I like how you phrased it yesterday. It's Sean's offense, so he still has plenty to do throughout the week.
Yeah.
And then on game day, it's, all right, I'm sure Sean's going to have a few plays that he really, really loves on 3rd and shorts or 4th and 1s and suggest them to one Davis Webb. I imagine Sean's going to be just fine with busy work on game days.
Yeah, busy work on game days because he'll always stay busy because he's Sean Payton and he doesn't know any better.
Yeah, exactly.
That's his way, right? That's what he's going to do. So get excited, Broncos country, about Davis Webb calling those plays. Get excited about Sean Payton in a more managerial type of role. But know that it's not like Sean's going to fold up and be like, you got it, right?
Yeah.
In fact, it might be the opposite. And it might be the opposite whether things are going good, and certainly if things are going poorly. Like this offense scoring 18 points a game for the first month of the year, Sean Payton's going to get in his kitchen. Mm-hmm. And it's one of those things. Now, Davis Webb is a riser. No offense to Johnny Morton, and I know that Sean likes him, so whatever. Maybe I should like him a little bit more. I didn't like the way that he treated Marvin Mims. And again, as the ultimate Marvin Mims, it's me and Marvin Sr., his dad. Like, yeah. we're the ultimate Marvin Mims defenders. But, like, I don't like Johnny Moe for yelling like that. Like, first off, dude, it's not 1970. Okay? Players respond differently. And now you pissed off Marvin Mims, which maybe is a good thing. But still, like, Johnny Moe was removed of play calling with Detroit. So Dan Campbell, it was like week 8. Kev, look to see if you can remember when that was. It was like week 8, week 10, somewhere in there, where Dan Campbell's like, you're not calling plays anymore. And he took that job away from Johnny Morton. So, like, now Mo's here, whatever, he'll go back, start yelling at everybody. To me, I don't think Davis Webb gets the plug pulled, and he's a much, much higher, Johnny Mo's always going to be maybe an OC, maybe. He's likely an assistant, which is fine. Like, he knows more about football than I do or whatever. Davis Webb's a future head coach, and in fact, probably a Super Bowl champion-winning head coach. Like, he's that good. So I don't think he'd get his job taken away, but just know there's been examples. Not everybody, you got the title now. You better be good at it, or else, especially a guy like Sean Payton that knows how it should be done, he'll pull that plug.
Well, we talked about it with
plug.
With Etienne.
He loves dogs.
And who's the other guy? Dre Greenlaw. Like, hey, there's a standard and expectation here now. You're on the doorstep of a Super Bowl. There's no, you'll figure it out. That timeline does not exist with the Denver Broncos. That was the last 9 years before Sean and Bo arrived, not what it is right now. Something else that we asked Mike about was George Payton's comments on R.J. Harvey. And I wanted to phrase it to Mike of like, hey, is this just George getting up in front of the media at the Combine and saying the right things because it's R.J. Harvey and he's on your roster and you don't have any other running backs?
Yeah.
But I kind of like the way that Mike put it of, all right, if this were a 6-win team, a 7-win team, you give that grace to R.J. Harvey and let him figure it out as RB1. But because of where they are and because of how good they are and can be in a Super Bowl window right now for the foreseeable future, they're not going to play that game. That's refreshing to know that George said that, but they're so close to being a Super Bowl champion that they're not going to rely upon him just being developed.
Well, we didn't get into it when it was said, but it's funny to note that Sean Payton is like, there's more meat on the bone as far as running backs. And then George Payton's like, we love RJ.
Right.
All right, George. We got you, George. Appreciate you.
We know you picked him.
Appreciate you, bro. But you haven't had a good decision at running back for a while. So can you change that? George Payton's been really good at other things, but I'll go back to picking Mike Boone over Phillip Lindsay. Wrong. I'll go Charlie Murphy on you. Wrong.
Yeah.
Habitual line stepper, George Payton at the running back position. It's time to get a real running back. It's time to get a stud running back. And when Sean Payton, when Mike Kliss, Sean Payton's best friend, when Mike Kliss says, if you know, you know, says that, hey, I think they're going to spend up at running back, that goes Travis Etienne. That's paying up. That's not Rico Dowdle. That's not even Tyler Algier, who I like. That's Travis Etienne. Like, that's the kind of market you'll be in at running back.
Aren't those the two? I mean, we're talking about higher price tags running backs. It's Etienne and it's Breece Hall, and Breece Hall looks unachievable, right? Or unattainable.
Yeah, unattainable right now. So, yeah, then you go to Travis Etienne and be like, oh, now he's going to be the guy. All right, well, they'll need that commitment, and I'm sure George will love Etienne as well because he loves everybody. We know who RJ Harvey is. There's no mystery. There's no, like, use him differently. There's nothing. And God bless you all, Broncos country. But if you're in Broncos country and you're saying, like, I think RJ can be like Terrell Davis or whatever, that's your opinion, but it is wildly inaccurate. Yeah. I'm here to tell you, like, we know who RJ Harvey is right now. Can he get better? Yeah, of course. Am I expecting him to be Terrell Davis or Clinton Portis? No, not at all. I'm expecting him to be the best version of RJ Harvey, which is that receiver in space, give him the ball, red zone threat. Like, there's so many positives with RJ Harvey. I don't want to unfairly put him in a category and then, people are like, well, why is he not Terrell Davis? No, baby. You can do exactly what you did last year, RJ Harvey. Now, that doesn't mean I don't think you were overdrafted, because I think he was overdrafted. That doesn't mean that you don't need a lead back, because you need a lead back. But RJ Harvey could rinse, repeat, do the same thing he did this last year, and I would say, good for you, bud. Like, that's exactly what this team needs, provided that you bring back J.K. Dobbins and he stays healthy, or you get a Travis Etienne and he stays healthy, and you've got someone else to work in this backfield. It's no shade or it's throwing shade at R.J. Harvey. It's just who he is. It's the situation. So figure it out.
It's the state of the NFL.
Yeah.
How many lead backs exist? 2?
Right.
Maybe 3 if Christian's right, and he's never right, so he doesn't get to be a part of the equation.
Well, and broken record time, which then you can quote Step Brothers and go, change the record. Guilty as charged with the stories. Listen.
Hey, Derek, you know what helps with a hurt shoulder? That's the best one.
Oh, my God. I wish we could finish that line. But with RJ Harvey, like, it's a running back. This is my broken record time. You see it right away.
Yep.
It's not other positions like, hey, give this rookie some time. Yes, that's fine. At running back, you see it right away. Right away. That's who he is. That's who RJ Harvey is.
The one other thing that stood out to me from what Mike told us was about the George Payton thing. I don't feel like there's any sense of urgency. Cease, you tell me if I'm wrong, but like I don't feel it from you of like, oh my God, they don't have an extension done with George Payton. Timeline, you went over calendar yesterday, and Mike kind of reiterated some of that, but he did say, and it's something that we all kind of kept our eyes on, of like Minnesota fires a guy because of the Sam Darnold situation, and still just kind of sitting on their hands with their interim. I'm not worried, but it's just something that you kind of keep an eye on from afar.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, George Payton, he wants to be here. He's rock solid. He's good to go. So just make it happen, and it'll happen at the right time.
If you were George, okay, I have a bunch of ties at in Minnesota, but I've built this. He wasn't the guy there. He's the guy here.
It hasn't snowed since the AFC Championship game. Why in the world would you ever want to go to Minnesota? Now, we need the moisture. Please, dear Lord, baby Jesus, can we get some moisture, please? Can we please do that? Because I'm very fearful of what the summer looks like without some moisture now. But you want to go to Minnesota, or you want to be here where it's beautiful and amazing, and Colorado, and you got Bo Nix, you got Sean Payton, you got Walton Penner Group.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. I think it's unfair. All apologies to my friends in Minnesota, but Colorado kicks the crap out of Minnesota.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
I don't have any friends in Minnesota. You know why? Because they left to come here. So they're here now.
Okay.
They're all here. But, yeah, Denver over Minnesota, an easy one. Like I said, not too worried. Let's just keep an eye on it and see what Minnesota decides to do with their interim general manager. They take that tag off or just go get a full-time role. All right, let's take a quick time out, come back, talk about the Avs back on the ice last night. Look good, even without their guy, Nathan McKinnon. I want to talk about the power play a little bit. Am I freaking out? Am I doing too much by saying I'm going to keep Marty at that spot? Is that the right play, or is Cecil right? That Nate's back so he gets his spot. We'll answer that and get your answers next.
Should upgrading the running back room be the top priority for Sean Payton this offseason?
This is not some Christian McCaffrey deal, but it's also not some bargain shopping. It's somewhere in between. You need to address this with a heavy hand. Breece Hall represents that. He's number one on my free agent big board.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I am down 60 pounds with soda weight loss. The weight came off naturally, and I'll tell you, having my own nutritionist, someone who was always available via text, made all the difference. And Trisha was there for me. Support from a real person is what keeps you consistent. You're at a restaurant. Hey, here's their menu. What can I eat? You're at the grocery store. Hey, they didn't have my thing I usually get. How about I get this? Like, all those questions can be answered via text by your personal nutritionist. SodaWeightLoss.com, the number one weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. I look and feel 10 years younger. I'm moving easier. I'm sleeping better. I got my confidence back, baby. And with nearly 9,000 positive Google reviews, are you kidding me? The results speak for themselves. And here's the best part. Join now. Your partner joins for free. You start together, you support each other, and you both get younger feeling, healthier versions of yourselves. Go to SodaWeightLoss.com. or call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. That's 1-866-800-SODA, or SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
This February, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, National Western Complex. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. National Western Complex. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates this weekend only. National Western Complex. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Deep, deep discounts. National Western Complex. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. National Western Complex. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. National Western Complex. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $36.99. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Still haven't filed your taxes? You're not alone, but the longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties, interest, letters, none of it goes away on its own. At Advanced Tax Solutions, resolving IRS problems is all they do. Whether you're a year behind or 10, their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, stop the stress, and help you get back on track. Don't let another day slip by. A quick call could mean a quick resolution. Contact my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions today and take control of your tax situation before the IRS does.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we got to talk about our power play conversation from earlier. We got to figure out what side the tribe is on here, who's going to break the tie for us. As we talked about the Avalanche in a 4-2 victory, both the Avalanche and the Nuggets got wins last night. The Avs will be right back at it tonight on their home ice hosting the Wild in a big-time matchup. We'll preview a little bit of that game coming up at 1:45. But, Cece, we were talking about what they do on the power play.
Yeah.
So they got one power play goal on 3 opportunities last night. And it actually came on attempt number 1. Marty Netjes playing the role of Nathan MacKinnon as Nate got a rest day. He'll be back out there tonight and on the ice for the Avalanche. The conversation was, all right, what does Jared Bednar now do? Do you continue to roll that out? You demote Nathan MacKinnon, which is very weird to say.
Yeah, it's an odd sentence. I didn't have that on my bingo card today.
I didn't think I'd say that today. To power play 2, and you give Marty another crack at it for tonight and see if there's some more success. Again, does he have to score a goal to keep it? Do they have to look good, pass the eye test the way they did in that first power play? Or am I crazy for thinking that? Because that's Nathan MacKinnon over there.
Yeah.
And anytime you can have him on the ice in a man advantage, you should do that with your top line.
I think it's wrong-headed to say, like, demote Nathan MacKinnon on the power play, and it's merely because of this. We haven't seen him after the Olympics.
True.
If we had seen him, and, give me a number of games, and I'll agree with you, but if we had seen him for 3 weeks after the Olympics and power play still stunk, and like, oh, you got Marty, it looked good that one time, so let's try that again. Okay, that's a different conversation. This is the first game after the Olympic break, and Marty did good things. That was awesome. Love what Marty Netjes did on the power play. I'm not demoting Nathan MacKinnon. Nathan MacKinnon deserves the opportunity to show what he's learned from the Olympic break, because I think there are so many things to take away from the Olympic break on the power play specifically, and then there's something to take away for Nathan MacKinnon from last night's game. You can look at what Marty did and be like, okay, well, how'd that work? What are they doing here? The crisp passing that you saw on the power play, the passing with intent. Nobody was, like, waiting to get it to Nate. They were just passing, and the puck handling was great there on the power play. So I want to see and afford the opportunity for Nathan MacKinnon to have the chance to say, like, no, I got this. I see how it worked, on Team Canada, and now I'm going to bring that to the ice for the Avalanche. And if it's changed and if it's different, I want to afford Nathan MacKinnon that opportunity because he's the best player on the planet. I want to give him that opportunity because of everything that he needs for this Colorado Avalanche team. And finally, I want to afford him that opportunity because I don't want to piss him off. He's already ticked off. He's already got the plushie he hates and whatever the thing was, creature was. And
or who's he mad at? He mad at me or he's mad at himself?
Might be mad at himself. But I don't need him in his head, man.
I
don't need him in his head at all. Like, he can be angry. He can be angry at the world because Team USA. Awesome. That's the type of anger I want from Nathan MacKinnon. So he's out there and he's more motivated than ever before and wins the Stanley Cup. I don't need him in his head of like, what am I doing? And oh my God, but I'm the man and I work so hard. And, anything that could happen from any sort of demotion, because let's say he comes back, we give him, you've got 5 games in 7 days, now 4 games in 6 days. Give him these 4 games. If the power play is still a problem, if you're Jared Bednar, you could probably go back to Marty at that time and say, hey, Nate, we're going to take a look at this differently. Like, we like that, but let's see this. Let's go here. And he'd probably listen a little bit more. Mm-hmm. But just to straight up demote him coming out of an Olympic break, that doesn't make any sense. Against a Utah team that rolled over in the third period, it doesn't make any sense. And I know the goals weren't scored in the third period, but I mean, it's one game. I am not making a major decision. You bench Nathan McKinnon, essentially demote him on the power play after one game?
Are you because I get your point about, hey, they had the Olympics, and we heard Cale Makar here. If you missed what Cale said earlier about the Olympic time and learning, this is what he had to say.
Okay. Yeah, I loved it. I felt like we had some good opportunities in zone. I think we just got to continue to build it. I think the break was good. Obviously, we all went our separate ways, and it's cool. You learn a lot of different things and different guys you play with, so a lot of that stuff we'll bring back and talk about, but really like the patience that we showed tonight with the puck, in zone especially, good support, and I think that resulted in a goal there, so it was good.
I don't want to dismiss that at all. I don't want to do not say that that's significant. Demean it. It's that matters. You can take some stuff from it.
Yeah.
But I also, and that's a part of the conversation, I can't ignore the 50-something games they played before and had a 16% clip of scoring power play goals. And then again, watch it last night, the percentage goes up. I'm not saying that Nate's demoted forever. I'm saying let's see what this looks like for another game, and if it's steps in the right direction, then you have a more significant conversation. And if it's not, you just nip it all in the bud, and Saturday afternoon, you're right back to what it was when they sucked.
Yeah, but you risk the fact of making McKinnon mad.
I know, but that's not my problem. That's his problem.
Okay, well, I don't want it to become a problem. And how do I avoid it? I give him a runway, and maybe even with like a little coaching from Jared Bednar that we'll never hear, but like, hey, we really like what Marty did. It's your thing. You're the leader. We're going to give you a runway, and we might go back to Marty. Let's just see how it is. Like, what did you take away? And for all the players that Nathan McKinnon would listen to, I think Cale Makar would be near the top of that list.
Agreed.
I think Gabe Landeskog would be at the top of that list.
Definitely.
And perhaps number 2 would be Cale Makar. He could go to him and be like, hey, Team Canada, remember that? Remember what we did on the power play? Remember how that looked? How about this? There's stuff to take away, and the power play is bad. I know the power play is bad. Spivak does. Mel out there, like everybody knows. What do you think Nathan McKinnon thinks? You think he thinks it's okay?
No, he thinks they suck. They're
Not
the worst
at
team
all.
ever.
So if we're concerned about it, he's concerned about it, I don't know, 1,000 times more. So he'll work to get it right, and if it just can't get right for whatever reason, then that's when a change to Marty should be made.
But see, I think we just did this with Sean, and we praised him for it. No one's bigger than the team's success. Nathan McKinnon's attitude, and I'm not sure it would be like, woe is me, but I know what you're saying of like, you got in his head a little bit.
Right. I don't want him frustrated.
That's a good way to put it. That's not trumping team success, power play success for our conversation that we're having now. If they have power play success and Nate's pouting in the corner, I don't give a damn. And I don't think anybody else should either.
No, but shouldn't Nathan McKinnon get the opportunity to say, okay, here's 4 games. Give him a number, whatever that is. 10 games, 4 games, 1 game, whatever it is. Here's the opportunity to make the power play look good again. To make it look good with you like it was for you in the Olympics.
And like I said, I'm not – it is a demotion, so I can't say it's not because I'm moving him to power play 2, which is less ice time on the power play.
Right.
But it's not again, I'm not telling you, hey, for the next 3 weeks, you're on power play 2, and if you do good, you'll be back on it on – the postseason. It's a results-based business. Can you give me results with Marty on the left better than you did with Nate on the left? And if the answer is yes, well then Nate, you're demoted. I think it's that simple.
Okay. I'm not doing it after 1 game though.
All right.
I'm not making that type of change with that player after 1 game.
Let me ask you this then. If they do give it and they go your way and Nate gets his spot back and they still suck and they're at a 16% clip, you just go right back to Marty there?
Yeah. I mean, that'd be the first thing I would try. Go right back to that and see if you can kind of recapture some of that, and then we'll see. I think this power play conversation, when they're a wagon, and again, last night was more greasy than it was wagony.
For sure.
But when they're this good, are we nitpicking? Yeah, because power plays their blemish.
I mean, the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it's broke, and it needs to be fixed.
It needs to be. And much like David Adelman said for the Nuggets, they need to be better defensively if they want to do something special. I personally believe that if the Avs want to hoist Lord Stanley's Cup, the power play needs to be fixed. It needs to be better than it is, and any improvement will make it better than it is because it's historically bad.
It's a nice little split. Creaky's with me. He wants him to get him off that first power play.
Wow, Creaky!
Another Mike writes in here, no way you take Nate off the first power play. He's your franchise player, and you can't take him off the ice. That's basically the point you're making. So
Yeah.
he's with you on that one.
Yeah, and it'd be a difficult conversation for Jared Bednar if he needs to have that conversation, but just with his cachet, with everything that he means to this team, and it's February 26th, dude. I am not in the market of making massive changes after one game.
If Sean Payton can swallow his ego, Nathan McKinnon's ass can do the same thing. We'll see what it looks like tonight.
Whose ego's larger?
Oh, that's a fun question. I still think it's Sean. Nate's just more mean to people.
It's probably Sean.
Yeah.
It's probably Sean. It's like Sean's actually nice to
Sean's
everybody.
Sean's a chill dude in the right environment, which is like hanging out with Kay Adams or sitting on a bar stool. That environment, star.
Yeah.
Press conference, he's probably going to want to chew your head off a little bit.
Nathan McKinnon would chew your head off if you were sitting on a bar stool. What are you doing?
Yeah. I've seen
Where's
him.
your salad?
Seen him in that situation. All right, keep your texts coming, 303-713-1043. What would you do if the decision were yours with Nathan McKinnon and Marty Netchus on Power Play 1 for the Colorado Avalanche? RamosLaw.com text line, YouTube page, always rolling and open for you guys. All right, we wondered if the Broncos were going to trust in Evan Ingram or use the offseason to search for the Joker again. I think Sean Payton might have given us a hint this week at the Combine, and you'll hear it for yourself next.
After another underwhelming season from the tight end room,
should the Broncos bring in another dynamic playmaker?
Paton is a guy that I really like, that I really think can play, and that I think would be one of those guys that provides duality for you as an offense, something that you really haven't had. He's a threat in the passing game, but like I said, willing participant when it comes to blocking.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey guys, Cecil Lammy here. You probably noticed your heat kicking on way more than it should. I get it. It's frustrating. I live in Roxborough. That wind blows all the time. But the real culprit might surprise you. When the insulation in your window fails, all that warm air you're paying for slips right out and the cold sneaks right in. That's why you need my friends, WindowNation.com. It's WindowNation.com. They got their buy 4 windows, get 4 free sale happening now. Also ask them how you can snag a pair of Icon Pass 2-day sessions. Stop letting your windows drain your comfort and your wallet. Schedule your quote today at WindowNation.com.
At Berg Simpson, we are passionate about what we do. We bring that passion and our expertise to the office and courtroom every single day. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here. Denver is Truck Month only at Bozarth Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet, where every new and pre-owned truck comes with a spray-in bed liner included. That's right, every new truck, every bed protected. Plus, take advantage of deeply incentivized programs on all the new and pre-owned trucks, including the new Silverado and Colorado, with offers designed for their customers to take advantage of. Work harder, play harder, drive smarter. Only at Bozarth Chevrolet and Celebration Chevrolet, your trusted partner in automotive.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
You've been sharing your wish for happiness. You've learned that life offers different pathways. But what if your pathway is filled with fire? This is Glenn Jameron, Chairman of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. Let's be frank, life isn't always happy. You can feel real pain, real fire, like the loss of a loved one. But know this, fire can change you for the better. Just like iron must go through fire to become steel, so it is with each of us. Look back over your life. You may discover the most painful things, giving you empathy, new perspective, and a new realization of how precious life is. You have countless pathways ahead. Some bring pain, others happiness. It's what you do afterwards that counts. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado, and you.
Hey, what's up? It's Zach here. And if you're looking for your new go-to spot in Centennial, the Basketball Social House is it. Award-winning food and drinks, an incredible weekend brunch, and a brand new sports bar entertainment space where you can catch every Colorado game. Even if you're not playing, it's a great hang. But if you are, their private basketball suites are unreal. Full court, lounge, music, TVs, the whole setup. And because you're hearing this from me, get half off your first private basketball suite rental. Just use code HALFOFFHOOPS. Trust me, you're going to love this place.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I want to hear a couple things from George Payton and Sean Payton and see if we can do a little, digging into the words that they say about how much of a tight end is a priority. And we can use some of the stuff we learned from Mike Kliss here today as well. First up will be Sean Payton. And it's something Sean Payton and George, when they were both talking at the Combine this week, he's asked about a running back. So the question to Sean is, do you need to add a running back? Then he goes into a couple of different position groups, including the tight end.
Well, if we look at our roster and we start doing the musts, you would say you have to take the free agents out of the equation, and so running back would have to be one. Linebacker, there's two of them. So when we go through that exercise, I think you have to remove the magnets so I would say when you do that, you look at the roster differently. You look at tight end differently. So those are positions certainly that would stand out.
All right, so he says it. Again, asked about running back, brings up linebacker. That makes a bunch of sense because, as he said, there's two free agents there.
Yeah,
You're left with an aging veteran with a broken down body or a young guy that's not established himself yet if you don't do anything. So that makes sense. Then he throws in that tight end. And I know there's some tight ends that he's going to lose via free agency as well, or could lose via free agency. So maybe that's his reasoning why. But then you go to what George Payton had to say. And then George gets up after Sean talks, and he's asked about the two guys we've been talking about, the seasons that they got from Evan Ingram, who we're talking about here, and Dre Greenlaw, who we talked about earlier.
I think we were really glad they were both here. Dre, tone setter, obviously didn't play 10 games maybe, but when he played, he had an impact. When you bring in guys like Greenlaw, Hufanga to a really good defense, it just took us to the next level. And when Dre played, I felt like he did that. And Evan as well. I mean, look at the big plays Evan made throughout the season. He had 50 catches. I mean, and worked hard. What did he play? I think he missed one game, so maybe he played in 18 games. And so I was proud how those guys, how they worked.
You know how you know you
Big
didn't
plays?
You know how you know you didn't do your job? When the general manager said he's proud of you for how many games you played. That's a sure sign for me that he did not produce when you talk about his availability and not the production that was there.
Yeah.
So you hear Sean kind of sneak in that they're in the tight end market. And again, he can say it's based off the free agents that are coming. And then George kind of going GM route of, yeah, we got this out of him and we got that out of him. If you had two pairs of eyes, or if you had a pair of eyeballs and you watched the Broncos this year, you know that Evan Ingram was a disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, no one will ever forget that Week 15 game against the Packers where they had 3 targets, 1 catch for 12 yards.
Whoa, what a
No
night.
one will forget the Week 9 game on 32 snaps. He had 3 targets, 0 catches, 0 yards, 0 touchdowns. Nobody will forget any of that. Nobody will forget the 1 touchdown he scored in Week 5 against Philadelphia. 1.
Mm-hmm.
1. So, George, yeah.
That's a little bit of George of like, this is my guy. I signed him last year. I'm not going to poo-poo it right now.
Protecting this guy, but you ain't got to lie to kick it, George. You ain't got to lie to kick it. So, yeah, it's George Payton's pretty much lying up there at the podium. Like, that's big. Everyone remembers the big plays. What big play? The biggest play we remember is from the flipping preseason with Jarrett Stidham.
Stidham was the quarterback. I'm having a hard time giving Evan Ingram benefit of the doubt, but there's another layer of the conversation that we can go, does he deserve benefit of the doubt? Only because it's going to be Davis Webb calling the plays. And I even have a hard time with that. It's not like Sean Payton doesn't want to use a tight end. I have an 18-year history of him using tight ends. And never to the big joker role that it was with the Jimmy Graham or even a Jeremy Shockey at times.
Right.
But he used tight ends in a major way in his offense. So it's not the coach that doesn't do it. So, yeah, Davis Webb might have him a little bit more involved. To me, man, this is a player problem, not a coach problem.
Yeah, this is a fit problem. Evan Ingram doesn't fit, and he doesn't fit because he doesn't adjust his routes. And that's the bottom line. I understand Instinct did the breakdown that people point to and say, well, Mark Schlereth said that it was in the way that he was being used and he's getting open. Like, okay, he's not adjusting his routes. He's not changing based on the defense coverage. He's running his route as it's designed. Now, that doesn't sound like a bad thing. But then you think, this offense, it's about getting open, not just running. Like, you have to adjust to the coverage. You know who's adjusting to the coverage? Bo Nix. So if he's doing it, why aren't you doing it? Oh, because that's not your game. That's not what you do. Well, then find someone who does. Because this offense, I'm not saying they're choice routes. Basically, what Travis Kelce does is he runs a choice route every time. There's no route. He just goes out there. What are they doing? I'm going to set him up this way. I'm going to break that way. Evan Ingram can't do that. And now, not a lot of players can, but you need to find someone that does read the coverage as he's running the route to know how to adjust his route based on the coverage to set up your quarterback better. Bo Nix's favorite target is the open guy. Bo Nix did not avoid Evan Ingram because he was so wide open and Bo just hates him and doesn't see him. No. Bo sees him.
Mm-hmm.
It's also too late. But Evan Ingram may be getting open, but he didn't adjust his route to cut off that route a little bit shorter because the coverage was here. He's still taking too much time.
Well, and I'm speculating here, but I feel pretty good about my speculation.
Okay.
If I'm Bo Nix, if I'm an NFL quarterback, and a guy shows me a trend, I can't create space, and then that trend continues for 1 week, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, 16 weeks. Guess what I stopped doing? Looking in that guy's direction.
And then guess what your GM does? Starts talking about how great he is because he played games.
He
was
healthy. Yeah, he was available. You know why he was available, George? He never got tackled because he didn't have the ball in his hand.
You buy that game-used Evan Ingram jersey, it's going to be pretty clean.
Yeah. You're like, still smell the Downy on this. He didn't even sweat.
Yeah, I think all of us guys do the sniff test. You do the sniff test, and you're like, oh, I can still wear this.
Yeah. Yeah, you wear shirts a few times at least, right?
Yeah, I think all of us do, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah. Tide is expensive.
Stokely was always strange. Was it Stokely? I think it was, Kevin, that he won't wear a new shirt until it's been washed. Do you have to wash it before you wear it?
No, I don't even try on clothes when I buy them.
I don't really
Which
do
maybe
that
explains the fit that I have. But, like, I if it's something, like, fancy, like a suit, of course, I'll get it tailored.
Yeah.
But if it's just, like, a T-shirt, okay, give me a large. You know what I mean? I don't need to try it on. I don't need to see how's it. No. Do I like it? Go.
Does it look good, and can I afford it?
Yeah.
I'm going to buy it.
I'm mainly out of my, like, bold logo phase. I'm old. So I try to go monochromatic or go, like, just solid colors.
Yeah.
Because if you're in shape and you're fit, your solid colors are going to look good.
Yeah. What was your bold logo back in the day? No Fear?
I did watch a little mini documentary on No Fear the other night. They actually started as Life's a Beach. You remember that clothing brand?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, so they were Life's a Beach guys, and then I don't know if they got sold out or whatever. And then They just started No Fear.
Really?
And a couple other companies as well.
I mean, remember the bumper stickers that people would
eyes.
have? The eyes?
Yeah.
Like, it was pretty cool for a moment.
The bold logo for me was probably like FUBU. Yeah, I wore FUBU.
Yeah.
Wore Echo. I think
was a
all of
big
us wore
guy,
Echo,
yeah.
right?
Big
right?
Echo guy.
Yeah, so there's...
You know why we were all big in Echo?
Huh.
Because it was at Ross.
Oh, yeah.
And we could afford it.
Yeah, I was a big Ocean Pacific guy.
Oh, nice.
Back in like the 90s.
You messed with Massimo at Target?
A little bit,
Yeah.
yeah. It's a Massimo. I think I had a Massimo belt.
All right, let's come back, put this thing, wrap this thing up, put a bow on it. Yes, the Avs are in action tonight. We're going to give you a little bit of a preview of what we want to see out of the Colorado Avalanche coming up next.
Do the Broncos need a major reset at tight end this offseason?
Give me a break on this tight end room. Seriously, get this tight end room fixed. It's time to upgrade it. We put it on the back burner long enough. Eventually, you got to upgrade this thing, and this is the offseason to do it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, low sex drive, and it makes it really hard to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is very important to our overall health and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if some or all of these symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. We can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040 and Jacobs Law with another cool story to share. James called 303 Law 4040, and he's like a lot of our clients, not looking to get rich, but he just didn't want to get stuck with a bunch of medical bills. So we met with James like we do all of our 303 Law 4040 clients in person, and it's a good thing we did because we noticed James did not look so good. We sent him to the hospital to get checked out, and they did wind up admitting him. In the end, we got him feeling better and $125,000. He was over the moon. He came into the office to pick up his check and rang that victory bell. And the really cool part is James surprised us with a check of his own, a donation so we could keep the best free meal in Denver coming each and every first and third Thursday. If you've been injured, you may be like James, not looking to get rich, but not sure what to do. That's why we're here, to help. Just give us a call at 303-LAW-4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303-LAW-4040.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, our final segment on a Thursday. Look at us getting through another work week. We'll have some fun tomorrow on a Friday, wrapping up the Combine. We'll be telling you all about everything the Broncos did at the Combine this week. Excited to get into that. We're going to get you a preview of the Avalanche and some rumors rumbling about these Avs in just a second. One more reminder about our Superfan Send-Off contest going on right now, presented by 303 Law 4040. If you're a wrestling fan, this is the contest for you. It's your chance to go to Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. Superfan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040. If you win, you get a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for you and a guest from Denver to Vegas, put you up in a hotel for a couple nights, and hook you up with a $500 Visa gift card. For more information and to get signed up, you can't win if you don't participate. You can do that over on our website. It's denversports.com/superfan. That's denversports.com/superfan. All right, so these couple things to talk about here, and then we'll get into a bit of a preview for the Avs and the Wild coming up tonight. But we're looking at a story here from Pro Hockey Rumors, and you and I had already kicked around the idea of perhaps a reunion with one Nazem Kadri. Local legend here, obviously won the Cup with the Avs just a few years ago, had a major role in it. Remember the Bennington stuff, broken wrist, come back, plays hockey, is a hero, had a hattie, I believe, on one of those nights. So he is a local legend. Will he return to the Colorado Avalanche? Some of these stories that we're learning is that, yeah, he is looking to get out of Calgary. He has a 13-team no-trade list. The Avs are not on that. The report was that the Hurricanes were interested in taking on Nazem Kadri, but they're on his list. He doesn't want to go to Carolina. Also, what's coming out here today is that Calgary, I believe, is starting to see some of the writing on the wall, and they may be willing to eat a couple $1 million a year that's left on that contract, which will bring Naz's number down to like $4.5–5 million, which makes it manageable for the Colorado Avalanche. Now, what do you have to send back? It's not just going to be a package of picks. You're going to have to send some talent back to Calgary if you want to bring Nazem Kadri back. But is that, at 35 years old, is Nazem Kadri a missing piece that you go, hey, here's a guy that can fix some of the issues we've been arguing about?
Yeah, here's a guy that you can lean on and be consistent and be efficient. Like, you know Nazem Kadri's game. You know the leadership that he provides on the ice. You know that fans are going to love him. Is he basically the Avs version of, like, Brucey B?
I literally almost asked you the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, he is kind of the Bruce Brown.
Yeah, where fans are just like, can we get Brucey B back? And fans are like, can we get Nazem Kadri back?
Yeah.
The answer is yes. And the answer is, I think, yes. I think it's only a matter of time. Chris McFarland is not done. And it's not something where he's going to have that cap space and just go, you know what? We don't need anything. No, they need something, and they need Nazem Kadri. I think Kadri's on his way back to the Colorado Avalanche. Just figure it out, whatever that is, whatever you deal away. If it's not just picks, who could that be? That's also part of the conversation. So I just like the idea, and not for nostalgia's sake, of like, man, wouldn't it be great to have Nazem Kadri back? No. This team needs Nazem Kadri back, and I think that's what they're preparing for.
And like I said, at 35 years old, you wonder, all right, what's left in the tank? I mean, he's been healthy this year. He's got 10 goals, 29 assists to get him to 39 points. The Flames are struggling, so his numbers don't just jump off the screen. But is he a guy that you're not going to ask him to do a ton if he comes back to Colorado? He's a depth piece at this point at 35 years old, and they're still in the search for people on the third line to contribute and make a difference on the ice in the minimal ice time that they're going to get. Again, we'd have to do a little bit more digging, which I can do some of that tonight, about what it would cost, not just eating the $5 or $4 million a year, but then what are you going to have to give up in return? I'd imagine Calgary would be pretty fired up to just get out of that deal with a few years left on it and all of those dollars. So maybe it's not a huge key piece or a name that we would all know.
Yeah.
But Nazem Kadri coming in here as a depth piece, man, that's literally icing on the cake.
They already moved Sammy G.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be open if it's Ross Colton?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You see how pissed Ross was at himself last night, by
Yeah.
the way?
Yeah, he was.
He missed that. I think it was on a power play, and I was like, he's going to break his stick. He didn't do it, but he was mad.
Yeah, he's big mad, bro. So you look at it, you're like, okay, they've got some pieces. It varies on what you feel the value is for Ross Colton or someone like Bardakov, or I don't think it's Victor Olofsson. That's been a suggestion by some like Avs insiders, like maybe they would move Victor Olofsson. I don't think that. They like him a lot. I like him.
He got one last night too.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, could you package picks in Ross Colton and make this happen? Like, what would it take? What do you think, Tribe? Our YouTube chat or Ramosaw.com text line. Like, what are you willing to give up for Nazem Kadri to make this thing happen? Because it feels like it's going to happen.
I mean, if you're Calgary, it's a player or two and some picks, and then just getting that contract off the books so that they can start their next process. Because as it sits now, they're not really going to go anywhere with a bunch of money tied up on an old dude, and they're nowhere near a championship winner.
And his contract has 3 years left?
Yes, I believe. Well,
Okay.
2 more years after this season.
2 more years after this one. So, okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the right type of move that the Colorado Avalanche need to make. And, of course, fans would back it up.
If I told you it was like Ross Colton, Jack Drury, and 2 picks, future picks. That's a win for the Avalanche.
Yeah, we'll see you.
And I like Jack Drury. And I liked Ross before this year. He's kind of crapping the bed this year.
Okay, all right.
I mean, look, there's always the threat or the worry of, will it feel like Bruce Brown? Because we were reunited with Bruce Brown and we loved it, and he hasn't been very good this season. Had some moments last night.
Last night he was pretty good.
Like overall, the 25,000-foot view of Bruce has been, plug your ears, Brucey B fans, a big disappointment.
Just a regular disappointment. I don't think it's a big disappointment.
I'll go with you on that.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
Brucey
All
B,
right.
man.
You're
The
right.
energy, the intensity, the little bit of physicality. Like, yeah, it's, just not what it used to be.
That's what it is. It's
But I
just not
think
what
that's
it was.
okay if you get Nazem Kadri and he's not exactly what he used to be. I mean, one, it's expected. He's older. And then two, it's like, yeah, but he's still better than what they're trotting out there. So,
especially on that third line.
Yeah, I appreciate that idea of Nazem Kadri coming back to the Avalanche.
You're trying to spend a bunch of money for a third line guy? I guess it's not our money. Why do we care?
Yeah.
Team's what the team is. The core is what the core is. They're making some room, getting Sammy off the books because you got to re-up with a guy like Kale sooner rather than later. But
And I understand while some may say, like, Bednar's not on a hot seat. No. I almost said the BS word. I was like, no. Chris McFarland's not on a hot seat. No. It's, it's time to win. It's time to win it all. It's past time to win it all.
Mm-hmm.
So go out there, make every move possible that you can. And you see him moving away from Sammy G. I mean, Chris McFarland already with a great move. Can you do another one with Nazem Kadri? We'll see.
Somebody wrote Ross Colton is a fan favorite. He's not going anywhere. Is this Ross Colton? What's up, Ross?
Hey, Ross.
I don't want to be mean to Ross Colton, but the last thing I'd call him is a fan favorite.
I wouldn't say fan favorite. I mean, Nazem Kadri's
That's what we're talking
a fan
about with Nazem,
favorite.
Brucey.
Yeah.
Those guys are fan favorites.
He's a fan favorite.
Cool that Ross listens, though. I'm appreciative of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Colton. All right, so they got the Wild tonight at home. Again, they're going on a back-to-back because we know what happened last night against Utah. Minnesota was just kicking it in their hotel room, watching the Avs take on Utah last night. It's a 4-point game, man. This matters a lot.
It's huge.
These next few weeks for the Colorado Avalanche, anytime you see it, Minnesota, Dallas, the teams that are behind them, everything is going to be worth 4 points down the stretch here against those two teams.
And the Avs at 38-9-9, the Wild are 34-14-10. So, like, they're not, they're right there. You got to beat this team. They're, a rival. I think the Avs have multiple rivals. Like, I hate facing the Golden Knights. I hate facing the Wild. Like, still hate the Red Wings, even though that's not what it used to be. Like, there's still plenty of rivals out there. This is one. There's a little something extra tonight. That's why you wore that shirt, man.
Oh, yeah.
Tame the Wild.
Got this custom made. Yeah, mostly this was to rub it in Ryan Harris's face. We all got custom shirts and he didn't. So we just wear this every time they would play. And it was always fun. I look at tonight. I was actually thinking about the rivalry thing you just said, how I'd rank them. Minnesota would probably still be one for me. Vegas. I mean, Dallas.
Dallas for sure.
Can't keep Dallas off of that list, right?
Is Dallas not one, though? Is
Just 'cause of what
Minnesota now
happened last year?
number 2? Right.
I don't know. There's just something about
Dallas, Minnesota, Vegas. Forget you all.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stand any one of you.
And I'm with you. Certainly not going to have any love lost for Detroit.
No.
They'll always be somebody I hate.
Yeah.
But tonight's a big one. Like I said, go get this one. Take the 4-point swing. Not only do you separate yourself, you continue to have a couple of games in hands against these Minnesota Wild. Get this done tonight. Look good on the power play. Again, I'm not telling you have to score at a 50% clip, but pass that eye test the way that they did last night for the most part, specifically on power play number 1, where Marty found the back of the net and scored that goal. That's what I'm looking for tonight. You have to win this game.
Yeah, you have to win this game, and you have to look good on the power play. Nathan McKinnon and his return. This is, and I understand you said Minnesota's just chilling, waiting. That's right. However, this is their first game out of the Olympic break.
Oh, really?
So will they have some rust? You can wait. That's fine. The Avs already played last night. Rust is gone. And that game had some rust, certainly with those 6 penalties. You saw the evidence of rust. That's why it was sloppy, greasy, whatever. The Wild may have some of that tonight. I'm kind of wishing that into existence, right? I'm trying to manifest that because if the Wild are a little bit rusty and the Avs are not rusty, advantage Colorado. But get this one tonight. This one's huge.
They're doing an animated version of the game. So if you want to, I know you don't have little kids anymore, but for the little kids out there and you want to watch it with little Johnny or little Susie, there's an alternative broadcast where it's like an animated version of the game. I'm kind of into those.
Good for you, bud.
You won't be watching those.
I mean, if it's something that helps grow the game and gets young fans excited, then that's great. It's just not for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There'll be hockey guys in those mentions like, dude, that's supposed to be a capital C right there, and you spelled it wrong. That's what it'll turn into, I'm sure. All right, it's KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We will be reacting to what's going on tomorrow with these Avs and the Wild tonight. Then we'll get back into the weekends that will be. The Avs only have one this weekend, but the Nuggets, man, they have a big weekend in front of them, Cease, with OKC tomorrow night and Minnesota coming up on Sunday. So it'll be a big day tomorrow previewing those games and getting you set for the weekend. But Avs, let's get this thing done. Let's see what Jared Bednar decides tonight with the power play. I will say, as much as I told you what I would do, I'd let Marty stay in that spot. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think they're going to go right back to it because he's Nathan McKinnon. When he's right, he basically gets his spot back no matter what. There's no, not that he was hurt, but for lack of a better term, there's no Wally Pippen, a dude like Nathan McKinnon.
Yeah. Nathan McKinnon, get out there and let's see what you got, man. I want to see angry Nate. I want to see Incredible Hulk Nate after Team Canada falls short. So make sure your Avs don't fall short, Nate, and it'll be all good, baby.
If you were opposing, it'd be so easy to troll Nathan McKinnon on the ice. If you're an opposing player, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Especially right now.
Yeah,
really
for sure.
Get after him pretty good. So, yeah, Avs get it done tonight. Get ready for a big, big weekend that will be for the Denver Nuggets and, of course, the Colorado Avalanche as well. Zach By, Philip Lindsay are going to slide in here. Again, these guys will get you home every day from 2 to 6. They are The Drive. We're live. We're local. We're talking all things Denver sports from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every single day right here on The Fan. ZB.
What's up, boys?
How you doing, man?
Good. How are you guys?
We're good. We're fired up. We were talking about what the plan is tonight for the Avalanche, taking on the Wild. Does McKinnon just go right back to his spot? We actually disagreed on that, so I'll let you be a tiebreaker.
On the power play?
Yeah. I said I'd roll with Marty. It's not permanent. I just do it tonight.
So I was just going to say, it's working right now. It's not. It's almost like a Davis Webb play caller. It's not written in stone for the rest of time. Like, if the head coach wants to make a different decision, he can make that different decision. But for right now, we saw it working at an extremely high level in Italy with him in that spot. We see it working extremely well last night. I mean, that thing was a laser. 92 miles per hour.
That's
a piece of hard rubber going 92 miles per hour. Good luck.
Who's catching that?
No
Maybe
one.
Drew.
No, stop.
Drew's not either.
Maybe Drew.
Maybe if we were all standing next to Drew and we took the space of the net.
Everybody, we unite together. Let's get it.
No, I mean, so yeah, I think look, you are in a bit of experimental mode here, and maybe because it's a reset, they want to try it, again and run it back with Nate in that spot on the power play. But for right now.